Alright, hey there guys, it's Metro. We're back again. Once more we return. And on this day we're going to continue to do Mythic Plus dungeons as the Blood Death Knight with the Tyrannical Affix set. As well as whatever this new affix is called, Incorporeal. It's been quite the challenge so far, honestly. A lot of times you miss it, you're just pretty much fucked there, so... Hopefully people will get better at it and get more serious about it, but Tyrannical's really the problem at the end of the day. People getting distracted on the bosses, I think, so. SLB, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Gorgeous weather out today, man. Really nice Memorial Day weekend. Seems like weather's gonna be really nice around here, so. Let's get some keys done today. My man, Rolling Moose, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Let's see what we got out there. Not much. Free old 20. One night in Paris as well. I'm Patrick Jane as well. What's up, buddy? Welcome. Glad to watch your stream again. Sweet man. How's it going for you? How's everybody doing this morning? Or perhaps afternoon for you if you're in the European countries. Okay, we got invited to Oceanic. Nilthurst.
Farewell, friend of the Grummles.
Shig as well. What's up, my friend? How you doing? Long time no see, man. What have you been up to? Good, just making pizzas. Okay, you and the pizzas. Sweet. Keep it up. Yeah, I guess you do work at a pizza. Is that what's... Can't remember. Let me know if you want to send one my way. Big fan of pizza.
Charmed.
Definitely like the pizza. Alright, we forgot to add these things to the auction house, but they're very low amounts of money. How are your keys going today? Yeah, really well. 0 disband so far. Been great. Working. I've been watching the VODs of the streams to keep up. Sweet man, sweet man. I'll send you a pretzel crust. Ooh. Ooh. Pretzel crust. Those are from Little Caesars. Those are actually good. I had one the other day, or like 2 weeks ago now, but not too shabby. Okay, no Theris, let's fly. We need lust. So probably that fella I would take. Neither of them are very good, but yeah, maybe wait. What time is it in Oceania? Take a look at. Oh, we gotta get everything up anyway. So. Whoops. We got this guy. Got Morning Skybox and Dragonflight. Gorgeous. What's up, Para? Not much. I'm excited. This is really an exciting day. Because it's either going to be way worse than yesterday or better.
As
right?
a good friend and the loyal supporter I know you are.
Can't really be any worse, honestly. Now, Theris actually surprisingly easy. Just got to kill Magma Tusk or whatever the boss's name. Tough to be worse than yesterday. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like every day. Yeah, it's either better, worse, or the same. It's never really any different. Starting off with the Pug Killer? Yeah, fuck it. We go right in here. That's a fucking this just like really makes me laugh. I don't know why. Where did you get your name from? Childhood. Oh yeah? Surprising. What about you guys? Alright, let's go ahead and eat it. It's like boy in my language. Cute. Oh, that's so cute. How cute. Fucking conversation. In mine, it's both daring and pigeon. Has buff fortuitous. This will be a good dungeon. Yeah, this will be a good one. This key, says boy. Amen. This one's my favorite. Nice and short. Nice 5-minute dungeon. Good luck. I hope you time it. Me too. Honestly though, yeah. Like we saw it yesterday. If we can just kill the bosses in one pull, it's an upgrade. Seems actually very easy. The timer is way looser than the fortified version was. But that's the hard part. This week's affixes are so annoying. Not hard, just annoying. Has anybody ever said anything other than that? I don't think I've ever heard anybody say this affix. This week's affixes are. It's always annoying. I think they're hard because if you fuck it up, it's a GG. Like you're completely fucked. You see Judge tying that game up in the bottom of the 9th. I did. That was awesome. I was watching that all night last night. It was great. Great game. Is this the most difficult one this season? Do you mean dungeon or affixes? Dungeon, definitely. Affixes, debatable. But yeah, probably. Fortified bolstering is tough, but it wasn't really that bad. Tyrannical seems harder this season in general, and Incorporeal can cause a lot of problems on some bosses. One miss and you are in trouble. Vortex is probably, I would say, the second hardest, yeah. It's tough. Just because that last boss is really difficult. It's a short dungeon, though. Again, only 3 bosses, so. Another one that's pretty straightforward. It's just checks or, whatever. Just check boxes, either checked or unchecked. You either kill the bosses and you upgrade the key, or you don't. Like, that's it. There's not a lot of middle ground. You're not going to kill all 3 bosses in one pull and then fail to upgrade the key, I don't think, in any capacity. I don't even have OBS open. Happy Wednesday. Yes, 4, that is indeed the day of today.
2, 1.
Here we go. Let's get right after it. We got our fancy 2 set yesterday, so I'm pretty satisfied. Last boss on Vortex requires DPS to rotate CDs, and they aren't used to thinking about anything other than how to maximize their DPS. You're kind of right, actually, yeah. You have to, like, kind of sit on CDs here and there to make sure that those ads are dying at the right time. If you look at DPS as a function of success rate, though, it's pretty easy to understand what you gotta do there. Few do, though. And we already failed the affix. I was 8 seconds over timing here on a 20. Yeah, we were pretty close like that too. Morning, Calvin. What's up, buddy? Welcome. That pad is just long gone or what? I don't know. Hard to see from this angle. There it is. Looks like we just missed it or something.
Beware.
Hey Sean, what's up, buddy? Welcome. I've learned the application of the debuff has a travel time if they fit. Yeah, I saw that. I actually saw that. I did it by accident yesterday. I saw it go out and I was like, fuck, I'll just AMS, I guess, and I thought it would be too late, but it wasn't. It's just kind of a unfortunate pull, I think. But as long as everything dies quick, it's good. And then we can pull the small rock elementals into the pack. This trash in here is so fucking easy on Tranquil. It's actually kind of crazy. Duke Basketball, aka Tatum. What happened? You're talking about Celtics last night, I guess? They had the first win of the series. We'll see if they can continue winning. Wouldn't be surprised if they make a little bit of a comeback, but Charles Barkley said it best. He said if they get to the next Miami game, that's the final game of the series for Miami, one way or the other. If they lose that game, they won't win the series, which would make a lot of sense because then they would have given up 3 straight games. But all right, let's see how our single target is today. Does Blood DK interact with Incorporeal at all? Nope, you can only stun them or interrupt them. How's your tier coming along? Yeah, I got 2 set yesterday, yeah. Which is satisfactory. Very good. Seems like very good at least. It seems like they fixed the problem with it as well. How is the new tier set bonus working for you? I mean, it's obviously better, yeah. Better than no tier. Big fan of Amp Blood, so obviously I'm going to like this set bonus a lot. This Blood DK set feels better than the other one. Oh wow, yeah, it's another. It's like a huge. The old one was like weak as shit, right? I love Vamp Blood as well, yeah. Definitely the most interesting spell for me defensively. Not a big fan of like the whole passive like. Just like dancing rune weapon, kind of just parry, you know. I like Vamp Blood because it's more dynamic. Things feel squishy so far. Excited to see if the 4 set makes up for it. Oh, do they? I certainly do not feel squishy as a Blood Death Knight. Safe here, I guess. Liquid Hot Magma. So far, handling it well. Maybe feel squishier as a symptom of doing 18 to 410. Oh yeah, I mean if you're not even not even geared for season 1, then I guess you're gonna feel squishy in season 2. This guy doesn't have Turn Evil, does he? I haven't seen him use it. Whoa, that's interesting. Okay. Doesn't seem to be the space that I thought there was going to be there. That's what Purgatory's for. I think we're going to get out of this without a death, is that right? No way. The Warlock's trying to die. He's doing everything he can. No more charges. Stop it. That guy just gets ran over. He didn't even try to move. Solo safe here. Don't waste the res. Oh, just kidding. Everybody's dead now. I guess we should have resed. $1 million only though. We got this. No problem. This guy's. It's like complaining. It's like the hardest fight in the game to kill. Charge. Oh, I got hit by that, but I don't think that matters. Oh man, every puddle is underneath the boss when you're alone. Oh shit, there's this fucking ads again. This is really bad. I'm gonna die here, I think. What do you do when you do 100% less damage? I don't know. Stop casting. Yeah, we're good, I guess. There isn't a second one. Not ideal, but it's dead. Harder than third boss of Halls. This is the hardest boss for sure. Nice one shot. We did one shot it, yeah. Barely. I guess you have a ranged kick and can contribute to incorporeal. Technically, but really don't want to be interrupting it. Nice save, yeah. It's 50% per stack, but I thought there's usually two, so I was confused why there was only the one that time. This Warlock sucks. He must, because if he's complaining about being low health on that boss, like that dude's fucking clueless. Not gonna lie, I said, oh shit, when I saw the incorporeal spawn. Yeah, me too. I thought that was gonna be it. Like, I didn't think I'd have any way to stop it, but luckily it only spawned once, so I was able to get through it. Oh, god damn it. Why is this? Oh no, it didn't aggro. He just stood up. It's a 15-second dot that trucks at that point in the fight. Yeah, it's really dangerous, that's what I'm saying. You're gonna be low, buddy. That's why we're less than there. I think mob count is a factor for what? We got a nice route in here. I'm pretty satisfied with it. Healer that can push through it to top someone during it. I don't know any healer who can. Oh, for how many incorporeal spawn? Now we've definitely seen two on bosses. It probably is though, like higher likelihood. But it might be relative to how many people are. That's what I think it is. I think it's actually based on like player count or something. Because yesterday when we were doing it, we saw like none at all when I was soloing a lot. Stun that since that's facing. Rotates between 1 and 2 mobs, yeah. Somehow we're getting killed a lot. I don't really know what's happening. Nobody CCs. It's, I guess, mostly because everybody's dead. Alright, yeah, that guy fucking blows. That's a very bad player. That's an upgrade he just left, by the way. Spiteful is devastating people this week. Yeah, it's always tough for melee. Thoughts on incorporeal? Harder than it looks, yeah. One miss and you're really fucked. You guys kill Magma and then he rage leaves? That guy's a fucking idiot. Alright. That's an easy addition to the disband list. You probably left out of sheer embarrassment. He should fucking delete his character then if he's gonna do that.
Loyal supporter I know you are.
That's the best Neltharius friend we had all week.
I believe our goals to be aligned, friend. I would be honored to have your
Crazy how people that behave that way exist in real life. They don't. They're fucking... They don't act like that in real life. They're too cowardly to do that in real life. Alright, we got Paladin, Rogue, Warlock. How did this lock even get into a 20 key? Who knows? Crazy how people... I read that. Which class left? Warlock, yeah. He was complaining about not being healed a lot on the first boss. It's like, you ever done this fight, bro? Everybody in my little push group got a 23 Neltharius. Nice. Tyrant is always going to be harder. Yeah, just when you got people like that, it makes it pretty hard, yep. Alright. It's Neltharius, not Neltharius. It doesn't matter, you're right. If only a Warlock had some kind of defensive like Soul Leech or Dark Impact or Unending Resolve or Hellstone or Mortal Coil. Are you saying I have it wrong in the sheet or something? Oh, I do have it wrong in the sheet. Oh well. Too late now. Yeah, I see. Alright, Uldaman will just Hearth. I love when Warlocks Mortal Coil mobs are frontals and then they frontal in some random direction after it breaks and it kills someone. Yeah, the whole fear mob thing is really not my favorite. Definitely not my favorite thing. Actually, it's over here, right? Yeah, right here. Hey, Metro, liking the 2 set? Yes. Okay, we got another Warlock. Where am I going? Wrong place. This is where those dragons used to be. Oh no, that's where the dragons used to be. I have not done this zone since the Cataclysm thing, so I have no idea what's going on here now. Tyrannical always seems like it'd be tough in here, but I think at the end of the day, this is one of the easier dungeons. I would like to see you find through pugging a community of people that you can have a more successful completion rate. Me too. That would be nice. But people don't play the game like that, so that's not going to be found. Why do you never help port summon? Because you should need a summon to these dungeons. I take it as a barometer of what the effort rate of the player is going to be. If somebody refuses to come to the dungeon, then they're probably going to be a very selfish and lazy player. What we need to do is check who has CC and who doesn't. I guess Warlock is not like ever going to not have CC, right? Shackles in the middle of the tree. Hibernate. They can banish. It's a talent though, right? Do you add decent people you pug with your friends list? No. I'm trying to pug, not trying to form a group, so. That guy doesn't have banish. They can fear it, likely don't have banish. Well, they'll have to take it. That's going to be like a bit of a rule this week. I'm not playing with people who don't take their CC. It's crazy how Blizzard didn't even try to make Incorporeal noticeable. What? You mean besides the fact that it's this giant, tall, arcane-looking dude? Yeah, I don't, like, what is that comment? Incorporeal have a very telegraphed spawn animation, yep. When they spawn 3 yards behind your group, it's hard to notice. It's because you're not looking for them. Anything 3 yards behind you is going to be hard to notice. The mob's fucking obvious as shit. They definitely could not make it any more easier to see, honestly. What would you want them to do? Some giant red swirl or something like that?
Legacy, we aspects must restore the powers we relinquish to defeat.
I think the problem is they probably just spawn too far away from the pack. That's really the real issue at its heart. Not that you can't see them. Explosives were always usually within melee range, like you maybe 1 or 2 yards.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, here we go. Oldman 20. Sargeras sword size, please.
To reclaim our legacy, we aspects must restore the powers we relinquish to defeat Deathwing. Within the depths of Uldaman lies a vault that holds a disc of Keeper Tyr's memories. Find that disc and bring it back to me. It may contain the knowledge we need to regain our strength.
So we don't find the disc, right? That's what the Infinite Dragonblade do, and that's probably what the Mega Dungeon's all about, huh? Usually my problem is when they spawn a Tyrannical boss that requires movement. Right, that's what I'm saying. This is a harder fix than it looks like it is, because if it spawns at the wrong time on a boss, it can really disrupt your flow on the boss. And then at worst, you miss it, and now you're completely fucked. Oh shit, I don't have fucking grip up.
Found any witches?
We've been digging down here so long, I can't even think straight.
No one steals from us. Time to teach these lunkheads a lesson.
How'd that voice always funny? Run away, little girl. Yeah. TBC voice line. Kind of like demolish in the trash, huh? So killing the berserkers quick would be good for the trash here too. It would help the trash die a lot quicker. What's your top 2 to 3 favorite dungeons of all time? Oh, I don't know. I have to have a serious think about that, but I'll definitely say BRD is in there. Too many different eras of dungeons, you know, like between the old school dungeons where they were just like kind of the only end game content inside a raid, and then there's eventually Mythic Plus dungeons or challenge modes and all this stuff, you know, like too many errors for me to just answer that. Did 21 pre-roll last night. Tank was wild. Did 102k overall. What, Paladin? That's pretty nuts. Okay, very good. So we should probably wait till everybody moves through. Waycrest Manor was fun. Oh yeah. Definitely not even remotely. That's not in the top 20. Comparing BRD with modern day WoW, it's like apples to oranges. Well, they had a different purpose back then. Basically, dungeons were like raids, like at that point. Because you could do them with 10 players originally. Their goal was to have like dungeons be like larger group content than they ended up being. Well, to be honest, I'm not really sure they knew what they were doing with dungeons, but yeah, if you look at all the end game classic dungeons, are all like that. Massive, massive sprawling areas that really could have just been a raid in today's standards. What about classic favorite dungeon? Yeah, BRD, obviously, we just said that. I mean, all the classic dungeons are great though, honestly. Old school Upper Blackrock Spire. Yeah, Upper Blackrock Spire. Like Blackrock Spire in general, really good too. This guy's dying fast too. Demonology PTR changes are making me consider meaning my brew instead. Oh, why? Not good. Dire Maul is one of my favorites. Yeah, there's nothing bad in classic. Other than like the low level, like I really don't like Black Fathom Depths and Wailing Caverns and those types of shitty dungeons, but all the like mid to late game dungeons are excellent. Maridon Mythic Plus when? That's like a raid too, right? 3 wings, pretty crazy. Dead Mines was peak nostalgia. Dead Mines, probably one of the most overrated dungeons ever. That was easy. Gotta go back tonight. Yesterday I was just standing at the door wondering why we're not able to go through. Dead Mines is the first dungeon I ever did in my life. I mean, yeah, every Horde player or every Alliance player would have the same story, I'm sure. I think that's why a lot of people remember it fondly, but even compared to like Wailing Caverns, I didn't even think it was that nice. I just really like the Defias stuff, honestly. That's like the best part about it. That's one of my favorite storylines in the game. Defias and Scarlet Crusade, those are 2 that I could see coming back every day and still enjoying. Original Sunken Temple was definitely not a fun. I like that. I like that a lot. Sunken Temple is one of my favorite dungeons as well. People always like the layout was what confused people, but it's really not complicated at all. In WoW beta, Someone said I wanted to do VC. I said, what's that? They said it takes 30 minutes and you get a full level experience. The boat itself took 30 minutes. Yeah, classic dungeons took like 2 hours usually. I remember if you didn't have 2 hours, don't do a dungeon. People hate on strat, but that's one of the best. Do they? 13-year-old me, Sunken Temple was confusing, but I love the mystery. Yeah, I like that concept of it. It's cool because it basically encourages everybody to split up, which is very abnormal for 5-mans in any era of the game. First one I did was Scarlet Monastery in BC at the ripe age of 9. 9, wow, that's crazy. Scarlet Monastery design had you there for almost 10 levels. Yeah, that was a cool concept too. 4 dungeons, all in a similar setting. I mean, really, like, the Scarlet Crusade is like the first major bad guys of the game, right? They basically have their own raid in the Scarlet Cathedral. What about TBC? Favorite dungeon there? None. I guess I kind of like Sporgar. The Sporgar dungeons or whatever. What are they called? I can't remember. I also had to make a 1-hour hike to Scarlet Monastery's Alliance. Yeah, it was a long one. I love running Scarlet Monastery on my level 60 with my mid-level guildies. Oh, nice.
We know how to open the door, but that ugly rockhead always kept us out. Want to see something nifty? What's this? That did it. Now let's see what we can find inside.
It's really unique trash where you stun him and he takes more damage. Don't think I've ever seen something like that before. I did really enjoy Skolo when I did it on my hardcore character. Oh yeah. Skolo is definitely a good one. That's one dungeon that I wish was still in the game. Because there's a lot of unique pieces in there.
Here's Marvin's mustache. Another locked door.
Leave this to me. Shield charge!
Skolo hardcore, do you pull the bones downstairs or skip that? I don't know why you would even do a dungeon as hardcore character. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, this guy's right. They definitely put these two together like maliciously, knowing what the result would be. Looks like a decent group. Yeah, this warlock is like fucking destroying. Can't wait to see the overall. Okay, so we learned our lesson yesterday. Did not know you could actually stun this guy while he was channeling, or did not know you could move this guy while he was channeling. The only chance of loot and thrill. The rules at the moment says you can only do a dungeon once, but why? Why bother? It's like the most risky thing you can do in a hardcore playthrough, isn't it? It's so weird how people like don't even try to. I feel like most people who do hardcore don't actually try to not die. They do like the most risky strategies they can. Really weird. Oh shit, that's really bad. And we'll stun it ourselves here. I like the videos of the falling deaths. Leveling is the best part of Classic for me. But dying isn't really a big deal. Oh, so you're not trying to complete the challenge. Gotcha. That makes sense. The mobs in the dungeon are also hardcore. That's why every dungeon only one time. Oh, that's funny. That's kind of clever, actually. That's not good. We didn't do it, yeah. I don't. They like changed this fight, huh? I don't know. This is way harder now. Is there a difference in the length of the stun from the pools versus personal? I don't actually know what the pools offer in terms of stuns. See, and then somebody randomly stuns him. This fight really sucks. It's definitely gonna be my least favorite fight of the expansion. Oh, we can regular stun the next one. I did get one to 60. It was like, okay, now what do I do? Yeah, exactly. Well, we made that bad pretty hard for ourselves, so. Tried to stun that, but the global on that stopped that. Currently having trouble pugging 22s and 23s. Gotcha. Alright, so let's see, next pull. We can probably go huge here.
Some kind of library.
This fight is really hard. It's just numerically hard, is it?
Maybe we can find a few treasure maps. We'll have a look while you go on ahead.
Not sure what Curse Stone is, but I can't imagine it's a good thing. What tanks cannot remove any debuffs from the group? Just Blood DK and Warrior? I don't know. What do you mean, any debuffs? I guess so, yeah. The two tanks that don't have healers attached to them. Well, Vengeance, yeah, Vengeance also. The three tanks. You only have a Dispel if you're a healer class, it seems. And Mage, I guess they've decurse or whatever. All tanks should lose any dispels. That seems fair. That's not about the tanks, it's about the class. They have them because of the class, not because of the spec. There isn't any tank specific dispels that I'm aware of. There used to be. Shield Slam used to purge. Oh yeah, you're right. I forgot about that one. Back when glyphs were in the game. Hey, Jernbeck, what's up, buddy? Welcome. I'm not sure how you're supposed to line of sight that one golem. Apparently those pillars work. Pillars did nothing? No, they definitely work. I saw people doing it last week. Probably just the angle or something. Okay, this boss definitely a lust boss on Tyrannical. Trying to drink or no? Try to block a few of these. Make the fight easier for the DPS. Right, there's one behind. Oh, they're not always. I see. Okay. You don't really need. I guess if we just stand really far away. I thought they were all activated every time. I mean, it's not my first radio. Angle must be insanely precise. I mean, I'm just. Are you sure you were doing it wrong and you weren't taking damage from something else? Because I definitely saw people line of sighting it last week. First one does earthquake. You cannot line of sight. Oh yeah. The first one, I don't know where you would line of sight, but the second one is the one I was thinking of. Oh, I see. Actually, you're talking about that type of golem. I see. I might be conflating the two types. I thought they were the same type, and I'm thinking of the two parts of the dungeon as separate. Yeah, that's what that's my fault. I missed I didn't even realize they were separate, honestly. I thought they were the same mob. Yeah, that's my bad. But the pillars do work for the other mechanic. It's just that one's not line of sightable, period.
Target acquired.
Yeah, they look almost identical, yeah. Really good damage in this group. Can we kill him in one phase? That'd be wild. It's gonna be close. Yeah, well, holy fuck, that's really good. This guy's like carrying this group. Holy shit. What's going on with Demo, huh? Yeah, it's these pillars in this room. That's the ones you can line of sight. That earthquake destroyed my group last week with bolstering. Oh, good damn. One has an earthquake channel, can't line of sight. The other has a cast you can line of sight. Yeah. This warlock is nuts. Yeah, what's going on? Is that Demo in general, or is it this guy specifically, or what? Is that Destro? It's Demo? Demonology. Stop the cast. Can you look if he has the rare end of the raid trinket? If you remind me at the end of the key, sure. That was more. That's every mob there. Destro plus PI plus tier. That trinket is the highest stimming spec in the game at the moment. Oh yeah, so he's getting PI too, probably. Yeah. They're not. One's from Storm Rage. Sometimes Azralan plays on Storm Rage. If they play Alliance, they could be bros. Which trinket is that? Nuts? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. But he likely has it then if it's that powerful. Class 1 from the Echo of Neltharion. Oh, okay. Let's take a look quick. That's it, yeah. Using your major cooldowns grants you 1,000 what intellect, I guess. Warlock has assembled all of the Infinity Stones. Funny how those trinkets are bad for some classes and for some they define the power of the spec. Yeah, that is weird. Just like in Classic, the Classic version. So what's the most important thing to complete 20s? Being fast, yeah. It's almost 1,000 intellect per stack. 10k intellect. What the fuck? There's a stack of it too. I really like this dungeon because Primordial Wave does so much funnel into the big mobs in each pack of this place. Nice. Me too. Alright. As long as we don't wipe, this is a very easy upgrade. But this last boss is definitely tough, right? Maybe we shouldn't even try to skip, huh? I think we can get 2 pulls in here. Well, I don't know where the respawn is, though. Interrupt. Just got back. Y'all time that Neltharius? Nope. Some fucking idiot left on trash because he died. Killed Mammoth and then somebody leaves. It's unbelievable. That was the 4th Neltharius of the week, and that was going to be the best one by a mile as well. How do you like Incorporeal? It's tougher than it looks. I find you can skip the last 2 odds by running up the wall. Yep, you can. I guess I should try that. Yeah, I never actually tried that. So what, over there? I don't know where you do it. Apparently Warlock Portal can do it too, though. Do we need both whelps for this? I think we need both whelps for this, don't we? Yeah, I think we do.
This disc may hold the secret to the aspects regaining their power, and we cannot...
You can hop on a pillar that doesn't look super hoppable. Well, that sounds like a... Is it the one on the right, though?
Now the disc is lost to time.
I think Lock Portal Skip got fixed. Skip got fixed. Why fixed? How does it work? Let's see. Oh. That's... Oh, well. Okay, I guess we'll just buy to my... Whatever. Well, it almost worked. We'll come back if I can remember. Come back and try the jump around strat. We tried the skip and it's finicky. Not sure it's worth the risk. Yeah, there's no real risk. We just fought mobs instead of not fight them. Slightly overcount. That's all the only risk we take. Well, not even, it's really a pack and a half of overcount. Okay. Should probably just wait for lust or what? Yeah, I think we wait. This looked like an easy key to time. This Warlock is the main reason why. This boss sucks for Incorporeal? Oh yeah, why? You can use the pillars to line aside the breath if it ever gets too close. Should be fine as Death Knight. Warlock slaps right now? Yeah, dude, I told you. This guy's crazy.
The sands will scour you from this timeline. Beware.
Favorite part of tanking. Trying to move bosses that don't want to move. Wait, do we even have melee? Yeah, we got a Feral Druid. Only reason I care about moving him. Just like keep moving to the other side, I think is the choice here. Your casters are pumping? Yep. Hey buddy, I'm useless. What's up, buddy? What's up, buddy? Big keys today? People learning how to press CC for Incorporeal? Hopefully all of the above, yeah. Warlock and Shadow Priest together is PB and J. Oh, that's yummy. Tried and true combo, right? Everybody likes those two things together, it seems. Peanut butter and ketchup too, right? Another two combos. There's not really anywhere else to go. Over here, I guess? Wide open, actually. Peanut butter and pickles, you like those? Sounds fucking disgusting, actually. Did you say peanut butter and ketchup? Yeah. It's a bit of a legacy joke from this channel. And me and Cop were doing a playthrough together. We were talking about food, and he's like, "Oh, I do love a nice warm piece of toast with a little peanut butter and ketchup on it. That's the best." And he said it just like super, like casually, like if everybody would agree with him. You know what I mean? It's like, what? Ketchup is like a jam? Yeah, kinda. Tomato and basil, oh yeah. Alright, 12 points, easy game. First 20 of the week done, right? Oh, no, we got one yesterday anyway. No, yeah, this is actually our first. It doesn't show up yet, but that's our first one in time. And we got crit haste shoulders, which we don't want. That combination makes me feel uncomfortable. It sounds terrible, but he's kind of right, to be honest. Like, there's so much sugar in ketchup now anyway. It might as well just be fucking tomato jelly. Okay, Ulderman 20. One upgraded. Hooray. Can you show the Warlock's damage breakdown? Talent build? I don't think I can show that. You can check that out on Radio, but we'll take a look at the damage breakdown for sure. It was Evoker, Warlock, Druid, Priest. Got that no sugar added ketchup. It tastes better. Oh yeah. These guys want to keep going, huh? There's the breakdown. 140k overall in that dungeon. That's crazy. Oh, they have Neltheros. Ah, yeah, the skip. Thanks. Reminding me about that. So what on this? Hmm. 140k? I've only barely broken 120k, gotcha. Like this? Ah, I see. Oh, that's pretty easy, actually. That's super easy. I feel like you have to, like, can you actually go behind it? Oh, you can. Okay, that's how you skip this then. That's why people are failing it. But you go way too close to the mobs if you go in front. That's why we aggroed them in the first place. That guy should have put the Warlock Gate over here, and then we should have went behind it, but everybody just ran in front of it. Okay, so that's, well, provided that I'm right about all this, that's definitely very repeatable. Those two mobs. Okay, cool. Halls of Infusion 20. Let's go ahead and port. About to run Halls 2. Sweet. Good luck. Good luck in Halls. Lunchtime for me. Surely you can't get two good groups back to back. Surely. No possible way. Halls is a hard one for pugs, is it? This is probably the dungeon we have the most success with out of the easy ones. Let's take a look. 100 runs on the dot too, by the way. Upgrade percentage. Brackenhide is the highest. Underrot is 75. Halls is 41, so that's third. Wheel is only 37, so yeah, that's third best key for us right now. Finish percentage 75. That's really good. That's third best as well. But yeah. Low key Brackenhide is pretty great as Mythic Plus. I try to tell ya. You guys are all like, oh, the dungeon's impossible. There needs to be dispelling in it. It's like, does there though? Brackenhide surprisingly has been my favorite key. Yeah, I told you guys. Try to tell you guys. First boss is a little hard still, but it's really easy as a monk tank. Yeah, monk and paladin probably dominate it. Brackenhide with Spiteful must be even more padding. You've done 100 runs this season already? Yep, 100 runs in 2 weeks, and well, we've done like, how many did we do yesterday? We did like 8 yesterday and 2 today already, so 90 runs in 2 weeks. I feel the same way about Brackenhide. I remember you saying we would all love it. Yep, I knew it would. I knew people would, because it's just like a super wide open dungeon with lots of trash. That's what like almost everybody loves. Like, I personally don't love that, but if the dungeon is fun on top of that, then it's very fun. Like, and the dungeon is fun. There's lots of cool mechanics and things that you can deal with as a Death Knight. So lots of AMS, lots of interesting skips, lots of ways to kind of outplay the dungeon. So I like it. Definitely a very fun dungeon right now. It kind of reminds me of Motherlode, just without the bosses that killed themselves. Bosses that killed themselves. I don't remember that. But yeah, definitely Motherlode, Freehold. What other dungeons have been like that in the past? There was one in Legion. What was it? Junkyard definitely on the list, yeah. Oh, people love the Eye of Azhar, right? Same reason. Although I don't think that dungeon's... That one's not great. It's because of all the weird wind mechanics and everything, but... 3 out of the 5 players are DPS, and 3 out of the 5 players are going to love DPS profile in those types of dungeons, so that's going to be the majority, even if the tank and the healer end up disliking them. Alright, so our goal this week was all 8 20s done. If we can do that, we'd be satisfied. How is the queue as Blood DK at this moment? It's depending. I don't know really. Sometimes it's really bad, sometimes it's not. You like the Ultimate Stam trinket? I'd like to try it, but I'm never gonna get it. Trinkets are so hard to come by from dungeons, it's crazy. Motherload bosses all at damage amps or ways to gain damage amps, do they? Don't remember that, but CC check? Oh yeah, I should have, yeah. Priest has his. This is... Where's... I don't even know where theirs is. There it is. Hex. I don't think you can play a rogue without blind. Yeah, blind's the top thing, right? Just got that trinket on my Prot Warrior. Seems worst in slot. Yeah, it's definitely seems undertuned, but the Paladin had Repentance. Oh, really? Okay. Well, they're both at cast. Turn Evil's a shorter cast, so. Rank 85th Blood DK in the US. That's huge, is it? 85th. That's pretty good actually. The Shilling Trinket from Bracken and Null Slayer are so good. Yeah, I'd like to get one of those at least this season, hopefully.
3, 2, 1.
I wish that I was just thinking about this. I wish that the door after the first boss was just open, because then you could probably lust on the first pack every time and then come back, kill some trash, and then come back, because this is a long run to the first boss. Like, we're wasting a lot of lust time, but that first boss really needs it. It doesn't necessarily need it on the pull either. Hey Metro, have you tried Guardian this patch? No, I haven't. Played anything but Blood DK. So tanky is not the way I've heard people describe Guardian. I'm glad you're enjoying it though. How do you feel about this dungeon? I thought it was going to be really bad during Mythic 0 days, but it's not that bad. Yeah, like I said in back and then, it's all going to be based on the timing, because the death is really, or like the timer, I mean. A death is really detrimental at the end of the dungeon. And so if you can afford that and then have people run all the way back from it, then it's a fine dungeon. And it is. The timer is very lenient, and those deaths at the end are not bad at all. The layout is terrible, yeah, that's why the timer was what was so concerning to me. If you're clever with your Incarnation and Sleeper, you're basically unkillable. 15s and 17s? Yeah, actually. Yeah, it's a big jump, to be honest. 15 to 20, I'd imagine. Even just 19 to 20 felt like a bigger jump than I expected. 20 to 21, etc. You should try brew though. I don't even have one level. Don't really have any interest in anything of blood other than that. It's probably not going to be. It's not going to change. Playing Guardian and surprisingly tanky with so much of the damage being physical. Yeah, that's a good way to put it actually. A lot more physical this season. I wonder what the thinking is not letting us mount in Vortex. It's just how it was back in Cataclysm. There's probably some reason for it. It looks like it's outside, but it's probably not like coded to be outside or something. First mob in Notherus would probably eviscerate you with the flame slashes on bear. Oh yeah. That dungeon has a lot of magic, but other than that one, I don't think it's too bad. Right, and yeah, you got everything up for the first pack. I used to love playing alts when I played my Holy Pally, and I think that just meant that I wasn't like fully in love with Holy Pally, you know? I was like, well, I could enjoy Holy Pally, but I could enjoy other things too. But now I just don't really. It's really hard for me to enjoy things other than Blood DK. Especially now, it's like the strongest it's ever been. The most fun it's ever been. Maybe more so. I'm fairly surprised you haven't played Brew as an alt. I only played it because Cop was playing it. I didn't have any real interest in it. And then when they did the talents, they like completely ruined what I liked about it, so that was it. Blood DK was the most fun for me too, but Brew since Dragonflight launch has risen so far. Nice. You need gear on Brew? A lot of gear. Do you miss Fleshcraft DK? I never played it. Why do you consider Blood DK the strongest it's ever been? Because I don't know, no real reason. Just comparing it to its past versions, it seems extremely tanky compared to, especially Shadowlands, early Shadowlands. Wasn't Blood DK the strongest it's ever been? Well, that's why I amended that to say the most fun it's ever been, because, yeah, Season 4 of Shadowlands was very powerful, but it was not fun at all. So, combination of power and strength. Or power and fun. That Pally seems to be having a rough time, does he? Both lost Paladin. Took Repentance over Turn Evil. Is there any reason to take that? It's just a worse Turn Evil, isn't it? Stop getting cleave, Priest. There's no more mobs that are going to cleave him. So he did it. Blank, long time no see, man. Hope you're having fun with the new season. Wasn't able to catch you live in a while, but I'm still watching the VODs. That's awesome, buddy. Last I played Blood DK was Season 2 Shadowlands. Lost aggro every pull. Yeah, mid Shadowlands, they were really bad, and I didn't realize how bad they were. Same with late BFA as well. The version we have now with like Purgatory having easy access, Umbilicus back, it's like, it's really hard to ever see this character as something other than really powerful.
Beware.
Usually having Blinding Light, so swap to Repentance, so no extra talent chosen. Yeah, basically just, I don't know. Don't play rep, but as long as you got something, I guess.
Beware.
The graphics drops again. I hate this boss. So much damage on P2. Man. I hate this boss because it makes my fucking graphics card overheat and probably makes the stream worse. Other than that, very easy fight. Pretty soloable fight outside of this week. It's like I do think lusting at the end of the fight is the better play. How do you feel about losing the season 1 2-piece bonus? Yeah, it didn't make any impact whatsoever. Didn't even notice it. My house group just fell apart on this boss. That should be used on the intermission ads on Tyrannical. Why? You joke? I guess is that a joke? Whenever he puts those puddles down, my FPS goes to 0.2. Something wrong with this fight's like graphical thing, yeah. This boss is pretty hard, that's correct. Long fight too. Misleading fight. Yeah, I guess it is the swirls for sure. I thought it was the puddles. You stack damage amp the longer the ad phase. Oh, really? Oh, that lasts for the rest of the fight. I didn't even realize that. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, definitely no less on the on the start. Also increases the puddle size. Wow, I did not know that. Good tip.
Beware.
I was stuck soloing the boss at 2% and his health was so slow. Yeah, because 2% is still 4 million.
Beware. Beware.
Good healing though. Feel bad for healers on this fight. Yeah, it's a tough one. Right now with 20 stacks is at 40% damage buff. Yeah, but how realistic is lusting there to change that? Like, I like the idea, but I don't think you're gonna get much time off it by lusting. The hard part isn't killing them; it's gathering them usually. So I think lusting at the end definitely don't lust at the start, but lusting at the end is probably the better way to make sure you get the kill. But like you pop lust there and everybody just starts attacking an ad, they're not gonna get gathered up properly.
Beware.
Dazzle. Used to be a hero in Dota 2. I used to play Dota 2 and play this guy named Dazzle. I don't know if he's still in the game, but
Beware.
so glad we get to skip the prog room. Yeah. Generous of Blizzard. He is, yeah. I guess they probably don't remove characters.
Beware. Beware.
Is the frog room okay as blood DK? I've not done it. It's not about blood DK, it's about everybody else. There's so many frogs, it's hard to not have them just have to be kited the full time.
Look, Titan pawns have come to stop us. Let us see who can be rid of the most first.
Frog room is so annoying, oh yeah. Frog room is on paper quicker, but I almost always have multiple people die. Yeah, it's definitely not worth going that way. This dungeon's timer is, like I said, super lenient as well, so just no real concern with that. Maybe someday that'll change, though. Now on to a VP. Pray for me. That's a tough one too. Unless not up here. A good thing or a bad thing?
Beware.
What is this? Oh, that's an incorporeal. It's like it's so small. What is that? Good afternoon, Datmir. What's up? How are keys going today? So far, so good. Our first upgrade of the week. Say probably rather less on the next boss.
Beware.
Not really sure less helped us that much though. They're just not gonna. Zero of them are gonna get eaten. Okay. Although when my DPS runs the frogs away, yeah, they literally zero got eaten there. They all died though. Hey Samantha, how you been?
Beware.
Next boss is an insane healing check, but does less make it easier? It's gonna be hard no matter what, right? You're gonna lust at the start when it's the easiest. Oh, nobody got it. Sorry, Tag, what's up, buddy? The biggest problem will be mana. Okay, fair enough. So less is good then. I saw them do a 24 fort. They barely survived with 130k HPS. Wow. It's because the dot's just permanent. It's pretty hard. Okay. Last thing there though means we won't be able to lust on the last boss, right? I don't know. I guess it's one of those completion versus score or success versus time things. Obscurely, thanks for the $2.
Hey Metro, happy Wednesday. Keep up the great work.
Happy Wednesday to you. Thanks a lot, man. Very generous. $2. I really need to sit down and get keys done. Week 3 and I still haven't seen a 20. Oh wow, yeah, that is behind for sure. Is it a good tyrannical week? Not better than the first one at least. I think the next boss requires the highest HPS out of any boss this season. Yeah, it seems like it. Very busy with work. Luckily, my work is this, so I was able to get it done. First boss in BH is worse, is it? It's just heal, easy boss. Well, it is a very easy boss. Other than the healing portion. It's another super soloable fight. Probably the easiest solo fight in the dungeon. I don't think last fight can be soloed. But maybe. You'd have to be able to survive the fail check on the... I think there's a maximum limit of stacks on the last boss, so maybe it's survivable. Okay, yesterday some guy yelled at us because we didn't give enough time to drink, so fuck it. Morning Metro, did you go for the shortcut? Did you guys take the engineering buff? No, I've never done that once. Always to the right. I guess we will still have less stuff for last boss. First boss BH this week is truly a slaughter fest. Yeah, we had a lot of 2 groups now, can't get past that boss. Feels impossible, oh yeah. I don't think it is. We did 19 the first week. I don't know if it's any different this week, but that's gonna wipe us. Oh, it didn't break either of them, luckily. That was not, that could have been really bad. Kill caster first actually does more damage than the melee guy. Oh, okay, so you change your position on that, yeah. What about the caster does more damage now? We couldn't kill either of them though. The 2 times we tried it, just both of them were still alive when we wiped. The bleed guy was what I had seen also from Faxi originally recommended, but I don't know. Bleed guy jumps around and you lose damage on him. Yeah, that's a good point. Harder to kill him. That's true.
Let me show ya the power of the elements.
Beware.
I dislike Neltheris the most. Every boss and trash are unpleasant there. Oh really? You find the trash unpleasant? That trash is probably the easiest in the game right now, I find, on Tyrannical Week. We're able to pull like whole hallways at once without even any concern. Third bleed is basically a wipe. Most groups can't heal the second set of bleeds, so yeah. Yeah, it's hard one way or the other, I guess. I'm a kill Nashtooth guy. Chain, Trick Totem, Earth Bolt, but let the heal go out and purge it off the mob. Oh, okay. Interesting. Robert, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Healer's doing really well. Yep, we're playing with some good healers already this week. A lot of people are getting gear now, so they're meeting these checks a lot easier. I tried 19 Neltharian Slayer yesterday, did 110k HPS on Worm Boss, and that still wasn't enough. Wow. See, easy boss, just heal. Yeah, well, it's super easy when you... yeah, it's literally the case, yep. That means... So he's saying you could do it through the line of sight? Did not know that. Okay, good tip. Your corpse can spawn in the water here, by the way. Can you still CC him? Do you find it easier to tank on Fortified or Tyrannical? Definitely Tyrannical. But it doesn't even, I don't know, Bloody Key is so fucking strong. Some can. One right on the edge. All the hide behind something this season is not line of sight. You can hit the last boss of Neltharian's Lair through the stone wall. Oh, cool. I wonder if that's like an intentional decision. Did my highest DPS yesterday, 146. Which dungeon? Oh, BH. Cool though, grats. That's a lot, no matter what. Kind of like the Algathar of the season now, right? Especially on Spiteful.
Fools! Do you not see what that wretch Tyr has done?
Outlaw has 8 targets now. Oh yeah. Fancy. So that dungeon is 20 mob pulls every time. Oh, I'm fucked here. Get knocked off, okay. What's a good number of mobs per pull to make the group get good cleave? You don't really. Doesn't really work that way. You don't really have control over how many mobs are in the packs you're pulling. You either have the ability to multi-pull and you do it, or you don't. I was actually thinking that Outlaw in BH yesterday with my friend, wondering if they can out-DPS a tank. Oh yeah. I feel 20 is a little exaggerated. It's definitely not 20, yeah. It's only like 2 or 3 pulls that'll be 20 or more. Most are like 7, probably. Depends on if you count the spitefuls, I guess. Haven't seen a single outlaw yet this season. Oh yeah. This boss is so long on Tyran, is it? I've yet to do it. Sweet. Impressive with 149k and a target cap. I've been playing Outlaw for 3 seasons now. I do pretty well just based off experience. Sweet. Keep it up. Don't forget 3 bosses have cleave in BH. That's true. Yeah, really, all 4 have some degree of cleave. Yeah, this is just so fucking stupid. When you get here and both ends have water. It could be so easy this season if everyone in the group had the beacon trinket from the last boss in the raid. A lot of switch target fights, so yeah. You definitely don't want to aggro all of them. I don't have anything left for that one, so, but I guess we're alright. Or do we maybe on Tyrannical? I don't know. Still got 21 stacks, so didn't help that much. My guild's passed AOTC and went straight into Mythic Raid. Oh, really? Oh yeah, maybe we did. Wait, why are we lusting in this fucking dungeon? Oh, we just hadn't had it, maybe. It's at least 3 phases though, so yeah, I guess it's gonna be tight. I'll just save slappy hands for the ads, I guess. Got blood, maybe get low on umbilicus. Run through a wave or something. They already killed the other one, wow. Oh, no, they didn't. Somebody mind control it. Minute and a half here, so I think if we don't kill it in this phase, we don't upgrade it, right? It's gonna be tight. Alright, cool though. Maybe you guys want to just take that to PMs or something. If you can, please. Fuck, man, 45 seconds. So yeah, it's out of time, I think, right? Not really sure what we could have did better. Oh, that doesn't even... That's advance doesn't help there. I just died. Had one dead by the time they got back. Oh wait, I watched people last week on the boss. Oh my god. I really don't like this part of the fight. Anyway, last week on the boss have someone died. On purpose just before the knock, get res but take it after the knock. Oh, that's interesting. It's an aggressive strategy, but... A lot of HP and dumb running phases. Yeah, this fight's really not my favorite. I wonder if there's some way that you can like cheese it though, like fucking Warlock Portal or something like that. Click Warlock Portal at the exact right time. Somebody will find a way to do that. Stormmeter's Boon. Does it really? Yeah, it's 8 deaths only. That was a really good run, I felt. Damage was low, maybe? Is that the overall? Wait, what the fuck? That guy did 87k overall? No wonder why we didn't upgrade it. Okay, that makes sense. I didn't realize he was doing that bad. Yeah, that's terrible DPS. Okay, it's all good. I didn't even realize he was doing that bad. They ought to make it so boss won't phase below 20. I like that idea. That's a good choice. 87k overall is terrible. Yeah, that's really bad. That's like that was like good in season 1, right? This dungeon is not really that low volume either. It's not high volume, but it's definitely like you should definitely be 100k, right? 2 total phases, maybe. Yeah. 87k overall would only be good for blood DK. All right, let's see, shaman. Priest, Paladin, Rogue. Play with the month 3 rollers. Honestly, you might be right, but... Wealth of the Lost, Shadow Priest, that's life. Okay, we can upgrade a piece though. Let's go and do that. Cheshire Cat, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Interested in any of the trinkets and such from Fireland's Time Walking Raid? Nah, even if I was, I don't have time for that kind of stuff. Alright, let's see what we can go upgrade here. Probably... I can't really decide. Probably... helmet, I guess? I just don't really know. The thing is, like, helmets for sure getting changed into tier or upgraded, so it's like I don't know if it's a good investment. That's the only helmet I'll own this season, so probably better to do the belt. I really don't know. You should craft the shadow belt thing. I don't have any way to craft it right now. Did you hear the WoW token was added to Wrath Classic? Oh, yes, absolutely. Hard not to have heard that. People are losing their fucking minds. I've never seen people be more upset about something in a game. What's everyone's opinion on the minimum DPS is needed? It doesn't really work that way. It's going to depend too much on the key. I'm out of gear to upgrade, yeah. If I had more time to do low keys, I would too be out of gear to upgrade. What's the price for the token? I think it was like 11k or 10k or something. But the fucking Reddit, I don't know if you guys saw this, but the Reddit, which is supposed to be like, basically like Blizzard, like they sanction them, I guess is the way to put it. Like the Reddit basically like removed all the anti-private server rules, and they said like, fuck Blizzard, if they're not able to make this game right, then we're going to talk about servers that are able to do it better. So they've like completely forsaken Blizzard on the Reddit. It's like, what the fuck? These people are losing their minds. It's like actually losing their minds. I've never seen people be more upset about something that really has no fucking bearing on the game. I was actually thinking about making a video on it, honestly, even though it's not even something that's like remotely on the periphery of this channel, because it's a good lesson to learn from all types of game, all types of the game. People get so fixated on something that sounds like a bad idea that they don't take the time to realize what is and isn't the reality of that idea. They act like people aren't buying gold constantly, right? And so they definitely are. Like, people are already buying gold like crazy, okay? And unless this has changed, that there is a limit on how many WoW tokens you can buy a year. And from what I can tell, 10,000 gold is not that much in Classic. Now, if it's 10, I'm pretty sure there was a limit in Live WoW, and it was 10. Does anybody know? I think we talked about this the other day, and somebody said I was wrong. But anyway, right, 10k is not a lot. And if the limit is 10 per year, then that would only be 100k per year. Oh, it's 36 a year. Okay. That's a lot then. Well, either way, it's not like people buy way more gold than that already. How do you feel about tyrannical keys? They're definitely harder than I expected them to be. Even with WoW tokens, people are still going to buy gold. Well, so no, so this is the good thing about the WoW token. Somebody has to sell it for it to be bought, right? So it's gold in game, transferring to just another player, and people act like it's like this big bad thing, like you're giving Blizzard money, but you're really not. All you're doing is giving somebody else money, because they're using it to buy something that they want. What do we do? Drake, right? No, Worm. So at the end of the day, this should have been in the game from the get-go. Like, this always needed to be in the game. What just happened here? Oh, I bought the wrong ones. I'm such a fucking idiot. I knew I was gonna do that. It is worms. You know you can upgrade this gear in Veldraken, yeah. 10k for the WoW token on Wrath Classic. I literally might level a profession character on there to pay my sub. I don't think you're gonna make 10k like that. That's the problem. Well, there goes our upgrade for the. Oh, I did it again. All right, that's it. I'm done with this fucking system. It's really stupid that you have to run low keys to get the fucking lower currency. Anyway, I think people forget it's a video game. Currency, like, it's not that serious. Well, the counterpoints, like, the reason people are upset about it is you're going to basically, like, completely hammer home the GDKP shit, which it's out of control as it is. And so people look at Blizzard's hand in that and say, like, well, Blizzard, like, basically enabled this. Like, they should have been banning the GDKP shit the whole time, and they didn't, and they knew that this would be the outcome, and that they tried to make money off it, basically. And I think that criticism is correct, but that's not damning against the video game. Like, people can't seem to separate what a video game and a video game company is. And that's the thing that's probably at the heart of this confusion, because so many people are saying, like, such negative things about the company, when in reality it doesn't matter whatsoever for the game. So you hate the company, well, that's on you. That's good luck. You're not going to get them to stop wanting to make money. But this actually does not change anything about the game. In fact, if anything, it probably helps the game, because it makes the bots and the private server nonsense where people are buying and selling accounts just to buy gold and shit, that is going to be dramatically lessened. So it should be far more like a modern game would be instead of a private server game. So from the gameplay, it's like actually good. Some people don't want to upgrade that. When should we expect your upgrade gear video? Yeah, how to fucking waste your whole fucking week worth of currency. Anyway, Max basically tweeted that the classic people are cryberries and the token does nothing but help classic. Yep, I would totally agree. Oh no, I did actually buy one worms thing. Wait, where did I? I'm confused. Or did I just like get one somewhere? Hey Metro, how do you feel about the weekly affixes? It's definitely a harder week than last week, it seems, which is crazy considering it was a bolstering fortified bet. And retail WoW tokens are 220k, but the big enchants for leg weapons are 10k. Inflation is going to happen with the token a little bit in Wrath. It'll all be fine. I wasted mine too. I have 3 pieces of mage right now, and I could have had 4 if I just waited 24 hours for my vault. Oh, I'm talking about a different item, but... You bought 2 worms and then used 1 to buy a drake accidentally. Oh, is that what I did? Oh, okay. Interesting.
We are united in purpose.
Okay, so I'm looking for worms. Yes, okay. Boom. Now we get upgraded piece. Plot twist, the crybabies are the gold farmers. Well, they are. Yeah, everybody in the game is enabling this to some degree, one way or the other. Anybody who plays that game seriously is enabling this to some degree. Because the whole game is basically turned into an economy game now. It's not really a RPG anymore. How to acquire the most wealth to then use the wealth to progress through the game. That's how people play those TBC and Wrath products now. Which is fucking absurd. Like, I hate that. It's so, like, it's such an immersion breaker that I can't possibly ever play that game and enjoy it. That is just completely removed all interest in that product for me. But besides that, even with, like, you know, that's not going to change, unfortunately. We don't have any way to change that. People have just min-maxed the game to the degree that they're able to just do any raid no matter what. Plus the content's too easy as well. You could literally hire like 2 to 3 people. They could find and remove all the bots easily. No, that's incorrect. And that's the thing that I do agree with Agrand on. He said that the WoW token is the only permanent solution to bots and farmers, and he's right. He's 100% right. These people make their living off it, dude. I don't know if you don't realize, like, the people who do this shit, like Chinese gold farmers or whatever that meme is, like, they are literally full-time employees. They're going to find a way around it. The only way to beat them is to lower their profit margins to the point where it's not worth their time anymore. That's the only way to beat them. So he's entirely right about that. It's not to say that they're not also gaining money from it and being greedy with it, but he is right. Like, that's the truth. You will not stop these people, because that is their whole job. And it's probably intentionally done this way too. Like, they waited as long as they could to do it, to get them to waste as much of their time as possible. So then when it's time for the WoW token to come in, they'll have been, like, they have been so committed to getting gold this way that now they'll be even more demoralized by its addition. Okay, anyway. I work in cybersecurity, and I fought bots. The harder you think, they're harder than you think to get them all. Yep, it's not even about getting them all. It's just you will not eradicate the idea of it because nobody wants it eradicated. The player doesn't want it eradicated, and the Chinese farmers don't want it eradicated. Only the game wants it eradicated. It's easy to solve. Just don't fucking buy gold from somebody. That's it, right? That's the solution. But that's not ever going to happen because people want free gold. They want gold for very little effort, you know? They're basically paying to cheat. And they're fine with that. So that's never going to change. The only way to do it is to incorporate it into the base model and try to regulate it. Just like the war on drugs, dude. Like the same thing in real life. There's so many parallels. You are not going to stop people from taking drugs that might potentially kill them. The only way to stop the problem is to regulate it and try to help them not want to do it. That's the only way to solve it. It's too crucial to the landscape. I don't see the problem. I work my ass off during the day and I have disposable income. Well, that's a whole different discussion. Personally, I don't think you should be able to buy gold at all in this game, but you're not going to stop people doing it, so whatever. There's a lot of reasons why it's bad for the game, but it's way too long ago to care about that at this point. Yeah, that's the problem though. Permaban the gold buyers. Everybody's a gold buyer. Literally every player wants free gold, right? You don't have a game anymore if you do that. That's why aside from meth, I don't even touch drugs. It's just not worth it. Wait, what? I mean, thank God for the WoW token. PvE is so expensive with repairs and crafting and files and everything. It's really expensive. Yeah. And so you could kind of start an economy based on the WoW token now. You know what I mean? So it's fine and like it works fine because the game's balanced around it. Now, will Wrath ever be balanced around it is the question. I don't really know, but aside from fentanyl, I don't bother with drugs. Yeah, same. I buy tokens on retail to afford my consumables. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people do that. Interrupts. I think for people that can only play 1 to 2 hours a night, potentially I can see the reason to buy gold, as a lot of the in-game in this, a lot of the game in this expansion requires gold in quite a chunk. Well, that's what I'm saying. So like nowadays, like Dragonflight is made knowing that that's the solution, right? So with everything's like fine on that front. But in a game where gold is supposed to be some, you know, something that you work unilaterally towards at all times, then being able to just pay outside the game to get it in the game is not, that's not good. You can't even buy power in retail, as there are no BOEs. I don't really, this whole topic does not matter to me, and I don't want to really get into it. I will just say that, like, you know, buying gold outside the game for stuff in game is not healthy for the game. But it's way too long ago to stop now, so there's no reason to even discuss it. But the same reason that I don't think it should be present in the current game or Wrath is because people use it to beat the game. They like go buy 1 million gold and then give it to some fucking guild and have them beat the game for them, which is so bad for the game, and it's bad for everybody. But again, these things are like in Dragonflight, you are not gonna, this is way too deep to stop now. So I was just talking about it in Classic, where it's not gonna be able to be easily regulated because there's a lot of things that are too primary about the gold system in Classic. And then the big concern is that they're gonna add it to actual Classic era, which would really change the whole hardcore scene if that was allowed on that realm. They should bring back that radioactive water they used to make, Rated Thor, and treat drug addicts with it. I do agree. I think VIA playtime tokens, of course, is the way to do it. But like you say, it's a moot point. Yeah, it's just, it does, the discussion on live WoW, it's irrelevant. It doesn't really matter what we think at this point because it's not changing. But in Classic, it's the hot, you know, the hot thing. So. Can you just lust the first pack and get more count here? That's what I was saying. Like, I wish that you could just skip the first boss and come like to the second part of the dungeon and then go back to the boss, because that would be the best way to do this. You could try to skip later. I think the dragons have Cruciate though. I always get ads on YouTube for what, gold buying sites or something. Or no, raid carries. Yeah, that shit is just so bad for everybody, man. It's one thing if you actually like earn gold legitimately, but and it's the exact same thing that goes on in Wrath, so it's like, it's just human nature. I don't know, people don't really want to play video games anymore, I guess. They just want the dopamine hit of succeeding in the video game without actually working towards it. But it's the same response like that you get, the rhetoric on that too. It's like, the WoW token only affects you if you're already manipulating the economy in some way. Otherwise, it's a purely beneficial thing. You can simply ignore it if you think it compromises the quality of the game experience, right? Like, very easy to ignore. The only way you wouldn't be able to ignore it is if you're fucking dumping thousands of gold into playing the video game all the time, like people are doing with the GDKP shit, which shouldn't be allowed in the first place. Completely ruined the game rating atmosphere in Classic, and it's hard to understand why Blizzard is fine with it, but now I guess we know, because they were probably always planning on capitalizing on that. My friend Binge bought a ton of tokens to get that BFA Dino. Yeah, Diabolical did that, and that's how he learned about the cap. If it's 36, that's crazy. He spent a lot of fucking money. I thought it was only 10. Maybe it's every quarter you can only buy so many or something like that. Alright, this guy's gonna drink. The Brontosaur was $1,000 in tokens at the time, right?
5, 4, 3, 2.
See you later, graphics card. Maybe in the next life. Hopefully this isn't like permanently damaging my graphics cards. I don't actually really understand what's happening, but the fans get so fucking loud that I could hear them over the game sounds. Page Diana needs to be dropped to the Traveler's Transmog monthly thing. Oh god, that would cause a lot of controversy. The optimization issue, they fired too many people. Did they? Take your word for it. The poor GPU putting in work from Master Metro. It's because I'm recording, streaming, and rendering the game all with the GPU, so it's just like working hardcore. Are your frames per second actually lower? No, they don't even, it's like not even affecting the actual gameplay. It's just because I'm rendering and recording. They're made to run at full power. Oh yeah. Okay, cool. I'm waiting to, like, I'm trying to sit on CDs here. You can open Task Manager in this fight and check if your RAM is maxing out. Maybe it's the RAM then, I don't know. How's the new fix? It's harder than it looks. This fight is like harder to gather them than it is to kill them. Really annoying as Ret, as we can deal with both spawns, but we have a cast time on our stuns. Cat, what do you mean? Everybody, most people has a cast time, I think. What, it's like Rogue and Demon Hunter. Those are the only ones who don't have a cast time, right? I guess Hunter. Yeah, Hunter can actually throw the trap down before they even spawn as well. It's pretty nice. Red should play Rep instead of Blind this week. Oh yeah, then you have two, but that's what he was saying. You can't really get both of them because the time of the cast is too long to get both of them. You'd have to interrupt as well. If you try to get both of them, one of them would just get the cast off by the time it took you to cast both spells. Speaking of weird Halls of Infusion stuff, I was in a 21 Halls last week and our mage died on the gauntlet, fell through the floor, and then released at the Westfall graveyard. Yeah, that's not weird at all. Anytime you get into a space where the character does not know where it is and you die, you will respawn there because that is the starting point for a WoW. For Alliance and for Horde, it's Barrens. It's like graveyard number 0, so you'll always go back there if you're ever in a place where you're not basically not defined, you know what I mean? So in Classic, this was like a really common strategy to port from place to place. In fact, it was one of the easiest ways to get to the Barrens from... What was the trick? I don't know if it was somebody, one of the racial, like there was a great benefit to doing it, let's put it that way. I can't remember exactly what it was. I think it was getting to Human Zone from Night Elf. Less him being at Westfall, that was weird, but the more the fact that he fell through the floor. Yeah, no doubt. That's obviously weird too, but... Hey, Lethal Force, what's up, buddy? Hope your Wednesday is going good. How are keys going this week? Worse than I hoped they would, yeah. Petra, did you buy the Making of the WoW book? No. I don't read books. I used to Out of Bounds explore a lot, so I know a lot. I know of the default graveyards. Gotcha.
Beware.
It was pretty cool for stuff like the graveyard stuff you just talked about. Oh yeah. Gotcha. What's your 5-second take on the new affix? CC it. That was only like 1 second. CC it, otherwise it's hard. Timing on that. No, I don't have Icebound for the next pack.
Beware. Beware.
One part of the book was about a chandelier in Scrollermance that was way too many polygons, caused a bunch of slowdowns until they fixed it. Oh well. Once it's CC'd, it can't be broken. Correct, yeah. It can't be damaged by any source. Oh shit, can it be... Alright, it wouldn't matter though. I was gonna say, can it be healed with Sanguine? But it doesn't matter, it doesn't need to die.
Look, Titan pawns have come to stop us. Let us see who can be rid of the most first.
Remember us using Sanguine to heal the robot in Necrotic Wake? That was awesome. Somebody, it was like a regular viewer, I can't remember who did that, but somebody convinced me into thinking that was gonna work. Have you been golfing? I golf Monday, yeah. I was thinking about trying to golf tomorrow too, we'll see. Golfing this Monday though, Memorial Day, with my uncle, and then after that we're going to a cookout, family cookout, so that's cool. Nice. How was your round? I didn't really. Like, whenever I golf, like if I'm just going for walking 9 holes, I just kind of hit like 10 balls and just try to practice as much as I can. By the end, I end up like, I'm like, wow, I made par on that hole. That's pretty good. And then I'm like, wait, I hit like 6 balls off the tee. Which one did I even take? Like I can't remember if I cheated or not at that point, so it's hard to really keep score. Always good to get practice. Yeah, that's like the only place I feel like I can practice. Try to go to a driving range, but it's like too unrealistic. Like you can't practice short shots and you don't have any targets to aim at half the time. Golf's just not playable at a driving range, it feels like. That's just hit ball, you know what I mean? That's not golf. May I ask what's your job? This is my primary income. Used to work as a dental assistant until COVID, and then lost that job, and now we're here. Here in SoCal, the courses are way too booked to be able to do that. Yeah, that's why I love this course that I play it all the time. It's literally like I'd go up there and I was like one of 3 cars in the parking lot when I got there. Not really. It's barely a golf course. It has holes with a pin on it, and that's really it. But I don't need it to have much else. I just want open field that I can swing a golf club and hit a golf ball on.
Beware.
Azrael Priest being the Quel'Thalas one so far. Yeah. Right, I hadn't even really fully thought about what class it was too that did that bad. It's like the overpowered spec right now, isn't it? 80k and you fucking playing the flavor of the month spec. It's crazy. Shadow Priest only S tier DPS right now. Yeah. And that guy just made it look horrible. I saw a top group Shadow Priest doing close to 200k on Fort Halls. Damn. Well, this guy's definitely doing better than that. The discrepancy between good and bad Shadow Priest is too huge. A lot of people re-rolled. Oh yeah. Gotta head out. Alright, Blaine, thanks buddy. Glad to see you, man. I get that. Started patting away on us there. They re-rolled when the class got reworked. Hey, look who it is. That was the fastest race for world first ever. I agree. Nick, how you been, man? Glad to see you again. I didn't even watch a second of it. Usually I wouldn't watch it until the end, and the end was still in the beginning of the week. So that wasn't the fastest ever, no? I don't remember any not lasting the week. I guess Sylvanas is. The fact he said Sylvanas also didn't last the week. Emerald Nightmare? No, it wasn't an event in Emerald Nightmare. They didn't start doing it until BFA. I think he's talking about the actual race to world first competition thing. Right, the fact that there's no heroic week too really speeds everything up as well. Two to 3 days of heroic and only 2 days of mythic. Really interesting. See, I didn't watch a second of it. I like how it is now. You like it to be over in 1 week? I mean, to be honest, so do I, so I don't have to keep fucking worrying about if people are watching that or not. Alright, been stressed? Just life in general? Oh yeah. Sorry to hear that. How about yourself? Yeah, not much, just chilling. Can we get a spark this week? No, you can only get the 1/2 of one, which I gotta do at some point. Race to World First Raiders hate the same day release. Oh, they'd rather the week to prepare for it instead. Keeler needs to drink. Yeah, after this pack, you can drink. Boss is next. They're saying they like to do splits for a week. I doubt it. They probably do because it's easier to be like maximized by the time the raid opens. Like they care about success more than anything, right? Yeah, exactly. Now they only have a few days, and I don't know that 3-day thing. That's not even like, that's just them choosing that. As far as I heard, Echo wasn't that happy with the race to World First. It's not so much that they lost, more so that the fact that they did hundreds, if not thousands, of hours in prep for it to only last 2 days. Oh yeah. They got more downtime between heroic splits and Mythic Prog. Yep. More chances to get loot that's gonna help them win or lose. Do you think Blood DK has better survivability than Season 1? I guess marginally better because the set bonus is much better, but not really much, honestly.
3, 2,
They're like
1.
very good in both seasons, if you ask me. Metro, can you make MDT on all dungeons? Yep, I'll be making the route video this weekend. They played awful. Gingy is dying for no reason and out DPS by I'm fired up. Oh yeah. Oh, I keep forgetting. Yeah, I should drag this to the block. I don't even know. I guess I just pick one and drag it, huh? So this one. Do we even have melee? No, we don't even have melee in this group, so it doesn't matter. How close does it have to be? So that's kind of fucking risky, man. I'm not really trying to do that, to be honest. It's not like all it takes is a slight bad angle and then... Oh yeah, you don't even... It doesn't even have to be close at all. Just within range, it looks like. Guess just after the cyclone thing I'll go. This is, yeah, it's just hitting and wiping us here. These guys like don't know the fight or what? I love all the criticism of Echo. I think they like literally don't know that. Do we need those guys? Oh yeah, that's, yeah. Anyway, I didn't realize you were supposed to dodge the worm impale during Neltharin's lair until last night. Yeah. I love all the talk about global release. Do people not understand it would open at 3 or 4 a.m. for Europe? I think they would probably be fine with that, frankly. Range literally baiting in the worst direction here. The last CSGO major also just happened during the same time as Race to World First. At my company, we have a fantasy league for the 3 stages of the tournament. And I won. Sweet, man. Congrats. It does not affect casuals. What? Anyway. You're not going to get up at 3 a.m. to play the game. Right, that's what I'm saying. It's only the people who actually do the race to world first, I'm sure, would love it. Echo has a pretty strict sleep schedule. They wouldn't wake up that early. They would if it was a race to world first. That's their whole job. They're gonna take their first night of the job off. Oh yeah, I'm signing up. This one? Nope. You're not from Qualta Lost, are you? This one. They did multiple times in interviews. Liquid Max also said the same thing. It's just not a big deal when you basically have vacation. Yeah, I guess so. Anyway, Halls 20. Disband. I looked away. Another disband? Yep, nobody knows about baiting the fucking mechanic on the last boss, so we just wiped. They'll complain the time it was released was not good for splits because they couldn't find helpers. One way or the other, it's a bullshit competition in the first place. No real credibility in the way it's handled, if you ask me. Okay, and the thing that makes me laugh the most about that key was the hunter died to it the first time and didn't realize what even killed him. And then everybody's standing behind the ice and there's like, what, question mark? Question mark? Somebody else must have did something wrong. Oh, man. Yeah, I don't think that's worth pulling him over there because it's just way too likely that he's gonna get, or if she's gonna get stuck by a block and then the thing is gonna have to be perfect. Yeah, it's too unorganized and unregulated to have anything resembling proper competition. That's totally the case, yep. Gotta love the old tank, you didn't do it right. I said, what? Doesn't matter where I fucking tanked her. Literally, unless I like ran her to the opposite side of the fucking thing, she was gonna hit that block there. But you see, that's the problem. Like now she's stuck there because the glacial surge and then immediately after the cyclone. So it's just not really worth it. It's putting these people in a position where they have to play perfectly. When we have her out in the middle of the room, it's a lot easier to not have it fuck up. Isn't it their job to bait? I mean, it's everybody's, like, you have to bait. It's not an option. But that's why I don't think dragging it to the block is a good idea, because now baiting becomes a much harder ordeal. Weren't they standing behind a cracked ice block? They don't need to be anymore. Well, no, that's the problem. Yeah, they were standing behind a cracked ice block. And they just stayed there after the mechanic ended. That's my point. So once the mechanic ends, when the block is cracked and she's stuck next to it, then you have to leave that block. Otherwise, the cyclone will hit it. And they didn't. They just all stood there. Whereas if I had her in the middle, you know, it's a lot less likely that they'll be in a bad position. They die if it's cracked. That's correct. Yep, that's what just happened. Movie timeline? You guys are maybe confusing what actually happened, I think. Such a scripted fight too. I've had multiple range get greedy and bait a cone into what would be our next safe spot. Yeah, that happened to me earlier as well. Alright. Free all with Fax's Guild, so this should be a good one. Pretty solid, it seems. Fortunately, Hunter's a really bad pick, I've been told. There we go. How do you think the variety in dungeons every season has helped keep Mythic Plus more healthy? I guess. Yeah, the whole healthy thing, it's hard to understand that conversation because so many unhealthy things happen in keys weekly. Depends on what you mean, I guess. Does it keep more people coming back throughout the expansion? Yeah, definitely. But does it actually get them to care about the dungeon and play better? No, absolutely not. It makes it worse. Because now they have to learn a dungeon. Like, the amount of times I've done a key where somebody has not even tried to learn something about what's happening in the key. Like, we just had it multiple times yesterday. People are like, what's this affix do? Well, they're doing a 20. It's like, what? I haven't played since Shadowlands, so I have no concept of how it affected it. I think it's mostly positive simply because it keeps things feeling fresh season after season. But my huge criticism of it early on was that they were taking way too long to balance the dungeons. To the point where it would take like 8 weeks out of a 20-week season to get things properly balanced. And then 12 weeks later, those dungeons were gone for good, you know what I mean? But now this season, they've done a much better job of it. So I'm satisfied. It's only 3 weeks in and things are already feeling quite balanced. But yeah, in terms of like health, it gets worse every season. No matter what they do, it feels like people put less and less effort into getting better at this concept. There's still a few packs that feel a little unfair, do they? I haven't really, as a tank at least, I haven't encountered anything, but I guess maybe as other specs. I like the dungeon rotation, but I also miss the seasonal fix. Yeah, that's a whole different story. Definitely way better than season 1, no doubt. Just thought it was faster to run, I guess. What happened? What's he doing? What's going on here? What the fuck? Okay, let's res. Or not. Oh, he released again. Okay. Guild keys, always something. A little different than Pugging. Look at that trap, I love that. Trap before it even spawns. Trap-a-fella records. Probably should try to spread out better. Yeah, very good.
To the locker.
The funniest weird thing is the location of the Ultimate Portal. Apparently that's been in since the beginning, and that's why it's there. So I was like, why the fuck did they put that there and not with the other one? So I guess it's been in since Dragonflight launched. They just didn't bother to put a new one in, you know? They're like, well, we already have one. We don't need to put a new one. Sure you've talked about this already, but what the fuck is with the flying distance in Eltharion's lair? That's the weirder one. I'm not really sure why they didn't put a portal for Eltharion's lair. Best option is to, well, if you don't have the portal from halls, I don't know. There's not really any other option. Just hearth to Dalaran and go. Halls last season, but it made sense because Dalaran was the portal place, and now there's not even a Dalaran portal. It's really weird. Druid Dreamgrove is fairly close. Gotcha. Implementing a new animation system for my engine. I hate everything. Oh yeah. Sounds like a lot of work. There is a pat. What do you mean? Not even sure what we should do about Lust at this point. Flying through this to the point where Lust probably we're gonna have to pull the entire ring over here before we get Lust up. So what's up with the game making all classes for all races? I don't think it'll ever happen for Druid or Shaman, and probably Paladin, but everything else, those three classes have racial specific art, you know what I mean? So it'd be a lot of work to do it. Maybe they will and they're gonna work towards it, but as of right now I don't think they were able to. Mechanome Druid when? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, they'd have to make a new Druid form for every race, you know? Or change the way the racial things work. Like I said, I'd be fine with them just making like a... like for Tauren Totem to be usable by any race, and you just pick that one if you want that one. I'm pretty sure Druid is never going to happen. Yeah, because not only is there like for Paladin, it's just one mount, but for Druid, it would be, what, 4 forms? So we'll do the pig and then come back. Was there ever human druids? No. It's not even. There was literally only night elves. Only male night elves, that was it. Druids were basically like a race in Warcraft 3. They were a type of unit. Would Druid pandas have a new bear form? Yeah. Did you time the second Hall's key? Nope. And Dragons steamrolled their race stuff too. Oh yeah. Stuck. IRL crybaby stuff projected a fantasy game, so right. Not sure what that has to do with WoW, but I get you. WoW is doing the same thing, are they? Would it be worth to kill the Turtle Man before coming to do the captains? No, I just came here for Lust. Right. We only went over. You normally wouldn't like be so far ahead of a key that you'd have to do all that. But yeah, I get your point though, because now there's no RP over there, right? We get just kill the guy and just have to wait. Since the turtle counts as 4%, it's not really a boss. And you take the count. No, it's a mini boss. I don't know if you can take him out though. I don't think so, because there's like they throw bananas at you or something like that if you leave it, right? If you leave it, they've started throwing bananas at you and it like damages you or something. I don't even know what it does. The racial bonuses are way different. You hardly see undead anymore. Gotcha. Is this mainly for lust timing? Yep, exactly. We aren't normally so far ahead that we have to do that whole thing. It's usually only maybe 2 or 3 pulls. Oh, I definitely wouldn't lust on the shark boss now. This boss is way harder. Well, at least they used to be. I don't know. Maybe now it's different. Shark's easy though. I never understood why that fight was ever considered difficult. I've seen so many people die to the food toss on the outside of that ring. Oh yeah. You're also lusting first boss versus first pack. Yep, it's much different on Fortified.
Was this last call?
You gotta wait for him though. It's actually still torn, I didn't realize. Does damage not break the CC? They can't be damaged at all. I really like the changes to the tornadoes that fly out of Harlan. Yeah, stuff like that's nice. Maybe I have to tune in more to be more productive. Why would happen?
These smelly buccaneers are resilient.
Can you slash tar the incorporeal mobs? I don't know, maybe.
This challenger is the epitome of brutality. A champion that sleeps with the fishes. Literally. The freehold fanatic. The master of the jagged jawbone jab. The powerful pugilist predator.
Gotta spread my flame shocks to them then. No, they cannot be damaged. They're immune to all damage. As Brutang, my group has been asking me to CC them. Yep, you're correct. They can't. Okay, anyway. Do you get extra RP for hitting them? You cannot. They're immune, guys. I don't know what else can be said at this point. Hard to get them targeted in some fights. Oh yeah. I'll give it a try. Let me know if it works. Probably doesn't though, frankly. You couldn't target explosives that way, so. I mean, mechanical cat bear boomy looks sick, I would bet. Yeah, it would be definitely a striking thing if you saw it in game. Not being able to break the CC on those ads is helpful. I think it's mandatory. People would break it all the time and then you'd be fucked. Like, this is a really dangerous mechanic if you don't CC it. So if it was the same danger and you could accidentally break it, it would be, you'd fucking wipe over and over again this mechanic. An actual laser chicken. Yeah. There you go. I should definitely just stay in on this. This boss jumping around, you can never reliably keep them CC'd. Yep, exactly. I saw last night what you meant about being mid-wipe and letting an ad cast go off. Yeah, it's like GG. Like, I can't really solo the boss with these intact because, well, I can. I just need to time AMS well, I guess. But if there's 2 up, no way. 1 hour ago, Blizzard fined over Diablo Immortal. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sure they'll be alright. Like on my race car games, I crashed, but really crashed 2 corners ago. Messed up my line and braking and didn't realize it. Same thing with the ads. Okay. Yeah, this doesn't really do a lot of damage. And then 8 minutes, so yeah, pretty easy it looks like. We had 2 caskets off. I was a wet noodle. Yeah, you did 100% less damage than healing. As a Blood Death Knight, that means you die. You can't really survive if you can't do any healing whatsoever. Better at Purgatory, I guess. That's risky. Okay, good. I guess it's fine.
Beware.
Having a lock with Fear and Banish was nice. Yeah, it's really cool to have both in one class like that. Trying to get both of these together, but now that it's padded, I don't know if it's realistic. Not a single CD up, okay. Gonna play soon now. Can you show enhance his talents? Maybe. You'll have to remind me. That's something you can just probably check on Radar.io though if you want to see it. As long as he doesn't leave the group, I can do it. I recommend sub creation, shows percentage on build being used per key. Well, he's talking about this specific guy, I think.
Think you can stand against me, swine? Allow
Hey, Anthony Saladino. Yeah. Long time no see if that's the same guy. Is that guy the shaman guru? No. Let's see how he compares, I guess.
Blast these scurvy dogs to bits.
Oh my gosh, you remember me. I do. Yeah. What's up, man? $20, very generous. I always identify Italian names because my heritage is that basically, so easy to remember. Size of the dentist. Hope you're well, man. Thanks a lot. Got real nice choppers. Oh, you don't take your hands off the keyboard when you're fighting a tyrannical boss, though. Bad tip there for you guys. Sorry about that. Average but DK players do that anyway. This fight is so much different when you're not standing in that fucking corner. It's like actually kind of boring. It's like super easy. It was a lot harder because if anybody fucked up the fire even for a second, it could be the end of the pull. Watch this. Look at how he's running away. Where you going, Faxi? I think the corner is a noob trap. Oh no, that was back when you didn't pull this middle pack, but now you have to. How he died to it anyway, that's funny. Alright, cool, great run. Eltharius 21. I only got 3 points for that though. But that's another 20 we needed for the weekly goal. Freehold 20. Upgrade. I'm gonna run the bathroom. I get a piss real bad. And then we'll be back and get some more. Paladin, Shaman, and Evoker. Be right back. Do you have to pull that pack now? Yeah, they have to. They aggro with the boss now, apparently. Be right back. Back. Just gonna. Oh, thanks for coming. Yeah, no problem. Thanks, actually, but easy key. All right, so we only got like 2 dungeons so far, right? Not making a lot of progress. Well, at least we got some upgrades. Don't think we'll be hitting our weekly goal unless we streamed on the weekend, which I don't really want to do. Gives us some progression for the future, at least. Okay, so we got Freehold, so what do we... Yeah, we got Uldaman. Really, we need fucking Vortex, Pinnacle, and Neltharian's Lair. Those are desperate needs. Halls again. What the fuck is that guy doing? He just like walked up on the bar. What are you doing? A third try, best try, as Arno would say. So he's got repentance instead of turn evil again. Okay. Time to 20 freehold as well. And man, it's night and day difference from last week. Easier, you mean, right? Yeah. Certainly would agree.
Look at all these ancient Titan relics scattered about. Never pass up an opportunity to study the past.
I wonder if there's any class changes inbound this week. Yeah, the weird thing is there's usually like a lot of changes based around the raid, right? But now the raid is like long gone. I don't know when the next time we'll have class changes. Maybe right before Diablo or something. I don't know. Diablo comes out later. I'm having too much fun with... Yeah, I don't even want to play it, yeah. I feel like with 10.15 on the PTR, they're saving all the tuning for that. Is it supposed to release in June? I have no idea. Who knows? They're basically just like fucking. I don't know how they're doing this or why, but that's pretty nuts. And then next week we'll have new trading posts too. That's what, dude. All right, I need to go. I never got the mount. Be right back. Honestly, I can't believe I'm saying this, but WoW is an S tier game for me, and A tier has games like Age of Empires and Valheim. Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad you're enjoying it that much, man. All right, Nick, it's good to see you, man. Thanks for stopping by, dude. I think they should just release 10.05 the same day as Diablo 4. That's probably not happening, but I'm really excited for the mage rework. With all the utility planned for Arcane, I wonder if it will become another enhancement evoker or discipline kind of play. Even like it'll be very unique. I'm not really sure what all four of those things have in common, but there's like nothing good this month, right? Bunch of really good gear, but not for plate. What is that? Oh, it's a staff.
Remember,
I heard you say class changes, so I piped up. Yeah, no doubt. You're right. Those types of class changes I hadn't even really thought about until right now. Savage Green Battle Turtle. Let's see it. Looks really good. I'm very glad I'm on Mage during this rework. It was cool to watch Pallies play with their toys last year. Yeah, no doubt. Oh, it's like a slow mount, right? Yeah. Doesn't even make fucking sense. It's got fiery cannons and it's like it's an underwater mount. Hey Oreo, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Holly still is getting new toys, just Holy this time. Yeah, you're right. I'll definitely check that out, I think. I wanted to play the Shaman, but I don't know. Not to be disparaging, but this is where development is going, to make keys and classes and raids sick instead of backtracking Torghast. Yeah, at the end of the day, you're right, you know? Less kind of miasma of content that they don't really need to add to be worrying about season after season. Like, they keep adding shit to Torghast every season of Shadowlands, right? I liked it, but I know a lot of people don't. So at the end of the day, that's just shit that's going into talents and... Although, to be fair, they still do world content. They certainly have more world content in Dragonflight than Shadowlands had. It's just kind of pointless because it doesn't give you anything now, but... Yeah. I don't know. In general, you should be right about that. That's what I suggested years ago, though, dude, before BFA was even over. When we went out to BlizzCon, we all got to give, like, recommendations and stuff, and everybody gave, like, super specific recommendations, but I'm like, no. I don't want you to do anything specifically. I want you to stop wasting time on these systems that nobody cares about. Like, I said, like, pet battles and mounts and shit, but people got mad when I said that. But I was like, you're adding too much fluff to the game. Just recommit to the basics of the game. Took them 2 expansions, but they did do it. Almost everything in this expansion has been a banger. Yep, there's nothing I dislike. I mean, the world content I talk shit about all the time, but it's just because I don't really care, like, have any interest in it. It doesn't help me Mythic Plus, so I literally can't get up there. What the fuck? Okay. Can you show your stats? Sure. Looks like they're making wind serpents walk on the ground instead of hover next patch. Oh, that's cool. Hi, what's up, buddy? Welcome as well. Let's see that as a Wowhide post. Nope. I'd be shocked if the resources doing pet battles have anything to do with core content. Oh, they absolutely do, yeah. They pull people from different teams to like I was talking about those the dungeons, the pet battle dungeons, you remember? They're adding pet battle dungeons. It's like, what, can you stop? Like, I mean, does anybody do these? I really don't know. And like adding new islands and shit. It's like, we're good. You waste all this time on war fronts and islands and pet battle dungeons. It's like, what's the point? I just don't really get it. There's already way too much content in this game as it is. You don't need to keep adding more shit. I forgot about pet battle dungeons. Yeah, I mean, it's one thing. Hey, collecting all. I'm huge on collecting, man. I really am. But that's kind of where it should end. Like, I don't really think you need fucking end game content for pet battles, do you? The reality is Warfronts and Torghast are purely marketing. Well, then they should change the way they market. That's retarded. Like, if that's the case, then they shouldn't even make the expansions anymore. If they can't actually expand on the game and only like make sideways features that are going to go away after 2 years, then don't bother making expansions. Just make patches. My friend loves pet battle dungeons. I'm sure there's people, but my point is they were probably going to do whatever they're doing with pet battles without the pet battle dungeons. And then the people who made that could have easily just worked on something more tangible for the game. More sustainable for the game. Something that we'd still be like interested in years later. It's just like, to the point that I was trying to make was, they're not really making an MMORPG anymore with a lot of that decision making. You know what I mean? It's like they're trying to make some like super wide, super diluted game. It's like, well, we have a little bit of everything in this game. It's like, well, okay, well, that's not really what the game should be. You know what I mean? You're just wasting resources on trying to make a little bit of everything. There's just no need for all that. There really isn't. That's why, as I said, like, you don't need to add 30 new mounts every season. It's not needed. Like, there's a million mounts in the game. Nobody's ever going to collect every single mount. Like, it's extremely unlikely. Though I believe Torghast could have been another gameplay pillar. Yeah, Torghast had the possibility to be the bucker of that trend, at least. Way better than Warfronts. Torghast is definitely the best thing they've added that didn't work out, for sure. It's just the setting was bad, man. Torghast is such a great idea. It's just a bad setting. It's so dreary and so dull. If they had it in like Mists Eterna Sights or some shit like that, it would have been gorgeous, right? Maintaining pillars isn't easy. Ask the Romans. They're gone. Can't. To your point, right? They're gone. What are your thoughts on time walking raid trinkets? I have no idea. I won't be doing time walking raid either way. Rip Romans? Yeah, now all you can do Roman-wise is get that ED treatment, right? It seems like so many broken trinkets in there. Oh, really? Cool. Well, have fun. I will not be going in fucking Firelands, that's for sure. I heard there's one trinket per range that's really good. Nice. I've done time walking Firelands twice now and gotten Jack and Squat. Yeah, that's fun. I can't even get loot from fucking Mythic Plus, which I love doing. I'm not gonna be going doing a raid that's not gonna give me loot either. What? Stuck on the fence. Most of the people don't even know how to do Firelands. That's what I'm saying. I did. The only time I ever did it was Old War and Black Temple, and it was like a fucking mess. Like it was an absolute mess. Yeah, I don't know how the tuning is nowadays, but it was bad back then. Horrendous. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's really poorly tuned. Both of those right next to each other. That's strange. What's even going on with that one? He's just not doing anything.
Beware.
It's genuinely extremely easy. Oh, is it easy? People go thinking it's easy, but the scaling is super rough. Conflicting results. Black Temple, when we did it, was harder than any mythic boss I've killed. Yeah, and it was like super like, it was so different than live WoW. It was like, or whatever, like the content at the time, you know. You get like one shot as a tank, like just straight up auto attack for like 90% of your health. This Resort is crazy. It takes forever. Oh yeah. Still gotta do mechanics, but people don't do them. That's because they're just in there for pets and trinkets. Like they don't care about the raid. That's my point. I can't it's hard enough struggling through these pugs with Mythic Plus when people are actually like supposed to be trying their best at it, you know. But when you enter a fucking raid that you're only there for a pet, it's like I'm all set. And it's just not gonna be fun playing with these guys. Okay, so yeah, he listed there, and that actually worked out really well. We only got 12 stacks. But didn't we have 14 stacks last time we did this? Or was it 20? I just don't think you're cutting much time off listing there, but... it certainly makes the rest of the fight easier. Most groups are like, oh, old raid must be easy. Pretend to know the mechanics, and then it's evident when they wipe that they don't know them. I mean, I can't even remember. I remember raiding that tier, but I don't remember any of the mechanics for any of the fights. Other than I remember Diox flying around, but because he was a fucking clicker, he did like 10k DPS on the Abyss Resort phase. Couldn't like fly his character and press his buttons at the same time, so he'd have to constantly stop to do damage. Especially that boss, you gotta hit the legs to turn. Holy stuff, holy, that boss is a group killer. Is that Morchok? Or what's the name of the fight? I don't even remember. Morchok, that's from Dragon Soul, right? Hey Cameron, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Rylith, yeah, that's the guy. I forgot his name. Yeah, Rylith. That was probably my first like real mythic raid experience that I ever enjoyed. There's all kinds of ads on that fight, and we could not kill that fight until we started being super serious about funneling the ads into the boss so we could cleave off the boss. Nowadays it sounds super obvious, but back in Cataclysm, you know, especially we were noobs too, so it was like we were just kind of killing them wherever they were. And the ads weren't dying fast enough, and then the boss wasn't dying fast enough, and it was really difficult. Very frustrating when right or left is being spammed in chat and people don't swap. Oh yeah. Tanking raids in general is just so unfun though. If I could play Holy Pally on the Blood Death Knight, I would do it. If I can just switch to Holy and be geared and have everything I have on this character on that character, I would do it. Raid healing is fun, and I bet old raids would probably be fun too. I guess that's just turn evil and they don't have a debuff on them or something. That's how it is in Final Fantasy 14. Oh yeah. Problem with that game is then there's no fun content. Oh. $200, Jesus.
Happy keying.
It is now. Cameron, thanks a lot, man. Very generous. Oh, I did it again. Thank you very much, man. I really, really, really appreciate it. How's season 2 been going for you, man? I don't know, really like that anti-14 comment. Yeah, we're doing Mythic Shock Prog, and it's fun doing 190k HPS on Holy Pally. Finally, Kings of Throughput, but the rework is nerfing melee wing, so yeah.
Look, Titan pawns have come to stop us. Let us see who can be rid of the most first.
Do you farm HOI for some item? No, it's just a coincidence. We just keep failing it. And it's listed often, so we just keep joining it. It's going very well. I'm getting more comfortable, so I'm going to try to push my key into the 15s. Well, again, man, if you need any help in any way, just let me know, man. I'm glad to hear that it's going well for you, though. And again, thank you very much for your insane generosity over the last year.
The winds are always in my favor.
Honestly, watching the stream is a really big help. Well, that's awesome. It's not the same, it's not a Guardian True, but I think a lot of the principles are similar. All my Hoi runs are so chill, and the key just gets bricked from one pull. Never a terrible run, just one tiny thing that goes wrong and all hell breaks loose. That's kind of what happened in the last run. We had a group who did not know that you needed to bait the fucking tornadoes. So all 4 of them were behind a broken block, and then the tornado comes out and just one-shots the group. On what server do Africans play? I think they just have to play on EU, yeah. I don't think there's an actual server for them. Same with anybody in like West Asia, you know? Because they're in the same time zone as most of Europe, I believe, right? Am I wrong about that? Ignorant American speaking. We play on EU, yeah. South African coworker has to play on EU. Is the lag bad? Probably bad, huh? South Africa plays on EU, I know. I might pull a bit differently sometimes because I cannot grip, but even just watching the runs from a tank point of view is super helpful. That's awesome. Yeah, the grip kind of changes some of the pulls, I suppose, but... These ones are just gonna die before you even fucking eat them. I have to moonfire them. Ping is around 150, oh boy. That's rough. Home region. Almost 2 million umbilicus, 1.8. You should try lower keys and increase your success rate. Me? Or are you talking to Cameron? We're not looking to increase our success rate, just make progress. Don't really get. Sometimes he does that, and sometimes he doesn't. I thought AMS was stopping it, but it doesn't seem like it is. Any tanks here should also watch some good healer content. No doubt, it's actually really helpful to heal occasionally as a tank, because you can learn a lot from seeing other tank perspectives. What is the shower watching tech? Yeah, no doubt. That's a that was weird. Big pulls that I have problems with living are way different from a healer point of view. You don't watch YouTube in the shower? Nope. I don't have anything in the shower that I can watch it on. What are you bringing your phone in there or something? Are you going to make a video about every disband in the season? Hopefully. I didn't get to do it for last season still. Got really busy. How long are you in the shower? 30 minutes. What the fuck? Yeah, that's waste of water, it sounds like. Rip the Colorado River? Yeah, for real. That thing's fucked, actually. That thing's like super fucked, actually. I don't know if you're being serious about that, because that Colorado River was like seriously fucked. Okay, we're just gonna wipe here now. What's going on? See the fucking mob. Oh, that's the key right there. I'm not in a drought? No, because you're covered in water from your 30-minute shower. My wife would make me bathe in the river if she could to save money. Our water bill is $35. It's all good here. Sweet. I mean, I'm not even sure that's out of time, though, to be honest. That's a pretty ridiculous mistake, though. Neither of them got CC'd. If you drop your wife, you do save money anyway. That's a great point, actually. CC? I thought that was just for classic noobs. Nope. My wife makes more than me. Ah, okay, so net gain. Okay. That went a lot better. Didn't even spawn an ad that time. This is just such a dumb comp, though. Warrior DK shouldn't even do this comp. Now you only have 3 people who can possibly do it, so if one of them sleeping, then it's suddenly stressful. I think one way or the other, we're still good here. 15 minutes is like a ton of time. What realm are you playing on? Dollar on, yeah. I hate to say it, but I'm only back in D tier near Frost DK at F, and now there's things like in Corp. Rip DK for keys forever, yeah. I feel you. It does feel that way. This season's definitely hammering home the meta that was already developing. Hunter's good for the Zavixia. As long as the rest of the group has something, you're fine. Yeah, you don't need 5 people with it, obviously, but it's certainly not a bad idea. Frosty K feels at home in Vortex, at least. The design as old as the dungeon. Okay, so there's actually plenty of room to move the boss there, so we can do that and still get him out of the potential danger issue with pugs. DK sure is a selfish class. Why? Now there's like no reason not to just hide before. Actually, it's not close enough. Great boss placement for halls and cyclones. Yeah, well, we learned that the hard way. Last pull, we had people hide behind the fucking mechanic and wipe us like immediately, come out and just one shot at everybody. No group utility? Oh, they got, well, they got not utility to help people survive, I guess, yeah. Just AMS really, but utility, DK is like the king of utility. It's just as blood, they have way better access to it than the DPS specs. Because it's all globals and shit that you be spending to grip and stun and all this stuff. There's 0 mauled hands encounters I can really think of. Yeah, that's true. That used to be a big part of it. Forgot about that. He's talking about Abomination Limb.
Beware.
Oh, please do not fucking battle res him on this fight. We got fucking 10 minutes, dude. Just run back. Oh, that's terrible. Hopefully it's not going to come down to that. Mauled hands are hands you get from 30-minute showers. Yeah, right.
Do you not see what that wretch Tyr has done?
Corp is so bad if the pug hasn't even gotten their interrupt binded. You mean their CC? It's impossible. That's what I was saying. This is definitely the most punishing affix that's ever been in the game. I don't think there's ever been an affix that, like, if you don't do it, you just can't continue. I guess maybe Sanguine. You just tank every single mob in Sanguine, then you're just done as well. But this is like, if you just ignore that, you're done. The queue's over. You can't even kill a single mob. I guess the difference is it doesn't spawn that often, but you can kick it, but it just casts again, you see? Oh, I don't actually have my kick up there. If I kicked it, it would just immediately start casting again. There's no actual lockout on it for that mob. Can your AoE break the CC? No. Can their CCs be broken? No. They cannot be damaged. They're completely immune to all damage. The only thing you can do is cast spells on them, like, or cast CCs on them. It's all good. At least they're looking for answers outside of keys. Better than the opportunity to do it in a 20, like some of the people we played with. Alright, clean fight, easy upgrade, but it's kind of wild that we wiped to trash and we still have 8 minutes here. We will wait to pop potion when less happens, I guess. Weird. I backpedaled away from the boss and got out of melee range, and then the boss looked like he was going to do the tank mechanic on somebody else for a second there. Probably could have ran back 3 times. I don't know about that. Might have been able to run back once, but I think it was better to stay dead. When we res the hunter, that was the big mistake, because that we could have continued without him and had 1 extra res for this fight, but hopefully we won't need it. This fight isn't really that hard, but it's very easy to die on. People die all the time in this phase. And I would have died many times if I didn't have the ability to just eat these and not die to them. Sometimes it's hard to get out of them. See, like I just ran right through it. Somehow he survived. This is the part that really sucks right there, but pretty good. Non-less single target damage. Yeah, no doubt. Damage is high in this group. It's weird, that guy. I thought he was gonna stun his target, but he ended up stunning the other one. Yeah, that's the best way to handle this fight. Just CC him. These guys got repentance. They should be doing it. But 17 stacks. That's the best I've seen that go. See how I interrupt him? He just immediately start casting again. We're gonna CC it or no? I guess they probably can't spawn in the other phase, but that would be really weird if they did. Like, what's gonna happen now? Good trap, so we don't find out. That one's not getting... Oh, that one just went... They go away. Okay, cool. Hey, there you go. Blizzard did a good job with that fix. And somebody dies immediately. God. What is incorporeal? It's on the screen. I mean, it's hard to explain quickly while we're doing this. Basically, it's an ad that you need to CC. No, you don't need to kite it. It can't be. It doesn't move. Please just do the fucking affix. Are we gonna wipe again to this? Yep. Somehow nobody died. It's a CC interruptible ad. It's a major affix. It'll brick you if you let more than one cast go off. Yeah, pretty much almost just wiped to that right there. We're gonna Bloodlust. I guess not. This group's just trying their absolute best to make this a downgrade. If those ads cast, that's a problem as well. Well, those are stunnable. The affix will wipe you. The ads will not. Okay, that was a really weird group. We actually destroyed that dungeon, but we did terrible along the way. So that really tells you how easy this dungeon is. They don't like pulling their pets out. Yeah, more. Thank you for the invite. No problem. You didn't lust and you died multiple times to nonsense. Sure, you were a great invite. But at least we got done. All's 20. That's it for that key for the week because I'm sick of having my graphics card meltdown. Alright, it's Paladin again. Hunter, Paladin, Warrior. A 10% DPS loss. What do you think not lusting at the end of a fight is the DPS loss wise? I do like Hunter for this affix though. Can pre-trap locations so I know which to poly. Yeah, it's a good idea to CC them there as well. It's actually a really good idea. I hadn't seen that until recently, but it makes that fight a lot easier if you do that. Okay. It's not even a loss for single target. It's massive on AoE, but single target it isn't. There you go. The man, the myth, the beast master. Alright, what do we need here still? Let's see. Under Rot, that would be an easy one. We really need Neltharian's Lair, but I don't know. That and Vortex Pinnacle, those are terrible keys. Out of time 17s. Vortex Pinnacle wasn't so bad today. It's just another one of those binary things, right? Like if the group can kill the bosses, then it's easy. But if they can't, then it's you have no chance. Like that fight is, those fights are so important to be able to do good damage on. We'll see what happens. 20 Vortex, here we go. Part of the problem the early weeks though was that people doing the keys had no idea what the dungeons even were, so that's pretty much solved by now, I think. Pretty much everybody's gonna have done these dungeons at least once. Doing 20s, that is. Now, this guy's name sounds super familiar. No, I was thinking it was the guy who we played with before who did 87k in that dungeon, but That guy was from Qualtha Lost, not Ragnaros, so should be alright. Yeah, that red looks really good. Always server check. Well, it's not about that. It's just about remembering somebody from earlier that I thought was a problem. We played with this guy before. We did 87k as Shadow Priest in halls. It's like, and we only had 8 deaths. I was like, I thought we were upgrading this. Then we looked at the chart. It's so weird. That whole fucking 100 thing doesn't make any sense. Like, surely Bloodlust is more than a 10% DPS increase, right? It's like, I don't understand that people would say that to me. It's like, I'm pretty sure no matter what you lose, the fucking Bloodlust spell is more powerful. So we missed anything? I like Hero better. Well, I mean, so do I, but you're the only guy in the group. You better figure it out. Police conduct welfare checks on Grizzly's John Morant after posts. Telling TMZ that he's taking a break from social media. Morant posted, then deleted messages and pictures to social media saying, I love you, man. Love you, Pops. You the greatest baby girl. Love you. He then followed those with a post that simply said, bye. Does he think that's the only way to contact them? Hey, I'm quitting fucking John Morant. I'm quitting Instagram, so I won't be able to talk to you anymore, my daughter. What? How would you have to say goodbye to your daughter? She's in the same house as you, isn't she? Maybe he's talking. I don't know who baby girl is referring to, but. He posted some sus messages. I guess it's good they went and checked on him. Yeah, but it sounds like it was a misunderstanding. Well, at least maybe he's lying about it being a misunderstanding, but he's basically saying I posted those things because I was quitting social media. It's like, well, I guess I could see maybe you're not going to see your father and your mother that often if you don't have social media, but anyway. Poor guy. I really do feel bad for him. He's never gonna. It's just tough. Lil Wayne actually said it best. Give the guy $200 million. He's from a town of less than 2,000 people. What do you think's gonna happen? It's like, fuck, that's a good point. That's a really good point, dude. Didn't have any role models growing up. Nobody to teach him what's right and wrong with that kind of money in tow, and you're in trouble all of a sudden. Lucky that it didn't happen earlier in his career. Come out of Murray State and you get that fucking bullshit hang over you, you won't be drafted, period. Back in the wrong way, I guess. Having some tea? No. Just water. It's easy to judge, but God knows if I got that kind of money at his age, I'd probably be dead. Yeah, exactly. There's no way I'd be responsible with that kind of money, dude. Especially at the ages and also the just the circumstances. Like, grow up completely broke, all of a sudden $200,000 or whatever, $200 million. It's gonna change some things. What gigaburst for last boss? Invite Hunter. He didn't grow up broke? Oh no. Lil Wayne made it sound like he did. Maybe he was talking about himself, I guess. I watched this interview with Lil Wayne and he was talking about John Morant for half of it. He grew up real nice. Oh, wow, really? What the fuck? Okay, forget it. Being rich at 19 would be so much different than 32. Yeah, I'm the same way. I mean, dude, I had money at 19 too, and I blew it all on nonsense. It's kind of funny. If I had all that money, I had worked at a job that, like, the tips were just out of this world. Like, I'd get like $500 in tips, you know what I mean? And then I just fucking thought, like, oh, this money's gonna be here for the rest of my life, so I'm just gonna fucking spend it on nonsense, and it's all gone now. What gave you all that cash? I worked at a pretty wealthy country club golf course. So some nights there'd be like a couple hundred people golfing, and they'd all usually tip like $5 to $10. So the nights where there was the league night, which was the most, like, you'd make like $1,000 in tips, and you'd split that 3 ways or whatever. But the problem was there'd always be a lot of people working on league nights, so sometimes it would be less profitable than just like a good weekday where it was really nice out. Like early in May, if it was only like 1 or 2 guys working and it was super nice out, then you'd get like mad people in and you'd have to work your ass off, but you'd get all the tips yourself. I remember that first day I ever worked alone. I was like, I get to keep everything I get. It was like such a good feeling. But anyway, 20s are for making mistakes. I agree. Yeah, we said this a couple weeks ago. I really, like, I think 30s, like, you don't really start living, you don't really start being an adult until you're in your 30s. 20s, you think you're an adult. You think, like, oh, I'm done with college, done with all this stuff, I can start doing these things, you know? A lot of people end up getting married and having kids at 20, but I don't know, man. It's different. Nowadays, it's so many distractions in the world, you know? It's hard to feel like you're productive at that age. Should spend 20s in the military. Oh, yeah. I came in at the wrong time and thought you meant 20 keys. Well, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference with some of the groups we've had. That's what I tell all my nieces and nephews. Go to the military. Yeah, fair enough. If they can enjoy it and it doesn't feel like a mandatory thing for them, then I'd totally go for that. Sound about? Were you a bartender? No, I worked at a golf course. Oh, hold on. Let's make sure everybody has their CC. It doesn't seem like you can... I've never seen anybody not take Shackle. It's in the dead center of the tree.
5,
That guy has it, so
4,
that's 2, and this...
3,
I don't think... Can you
2,
play Hunter without trap?
1.
Is it even possible? It's one of those core things that I can't imagine you'd be able to get very far in the tree without it. My priest friend last night, what is Shackle? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if people don't use it or ever, like, know what it is, but it's still, like, you have it, I think, right? You can't not take it. Oh, you don't take Shackle unless you need it? I don't know. It's in the dead center of the tree, usually. I feel like those types of things are not optional. AMZ is dead center of the tree, is it? Oh, yeah, fair enough. Good point, good counterpoint. This is the most annoying pack this season. Yeah, these mobs are a real pain in the ass to tank. But at Death Knight, you can just get immunity to knockback with Death's Advance. Are folks getting into the groove with the new effects? It feels like it's getting better, yeah. Still play with some people who don't take their CC better than that. Seems like it's getting better. Yeah, yesterday was really rough. There are multiple groups that like did not know the affix existed. Basically, they had never looked at it once before the season started. And to me, that's just completely fucked. Like, if you're doing 10s or whatever, you know, you're doing lower keys, whatever. But to come into a 20 and not even know what the affix does, that's really fucked. Trying to cast Hibernate while tanking. Oh, does that break you out? That probably does. I don't have disadvantage. Fuck. Shifts you out of bear form, probably, yeah. How do you find it without seasonal affixes? Do you miss it? I like the seasonal affixes that we had in like BFA and Shadowlands, but for the most part, nah, Thundering was not good, so I'm fine without. If Thundering's their best bet, then that's not really worth putting in the game. But if you're talking about the great Shadowlands affixes, then I would really like to see those back for sure. Feels even longer when stuff is hitting you. Oh, it doesn't even break you out. It's just a long pass. I get it. Encrypted, probably my favorite seasonal effects, but I only started Mythic Plus in Shadowlands. Yeah, there was some good affixes throughout the time, but I missed the Season 2 Shadowlands effects. Sagadon, my favorite. Baruth. Seasonal highs have been higher than seasonal lows. Yep, I agree with that. You mean like the good has been better than the bad? I would agree. Alright, grip that, but can't seem to target it. Hey, SkyTide, what's up, buddy? Haoki's been better than yesterday for sure. Interesting enough, they're lowering their impact of affixes. I think Reaping was in that level of intensity, I should say. Sure, yeah, you're right. I have fond memories of Reaping, Awakening, and Encrypted. Reaping was pretty cool because you could mind control a mob, but other than that, that's like one of the worst affixes they ever came up with too. People just liked it because you could fucking AoE like crazy on it. First one was definitely that enchanted one or whatever, but that was just because it was way too difficult. Reaping the worst. I mean, what did you like about Reaping? It's really a bad affix. Spawns like 30 mobs, that's it. It's the only thing it did. 30 very easy mobs. It was decent because it made people like the game more, and that's not, I don't look at that at all. If people only like doing large volume, no difficulty AoE, then they don't really like Mythic Plus in the first place, and they shouldn't play. I like the ghost sounds. Well, I definitely like the fact that you can mind control them. That was fun. But it was certainly the most thematically appropriate for that one. Enjoyment is all that matters for me. If I'm having fun, if the dopamine is flowing, then I'm going to be okay with it. But my point is that's not what should be fun about the content. The content's expressly made to be difficult, and they added an affix that was no difficulty at all. So that's kind of just silly to say that that's fun. That's really, you're just saying, like, I don't really like Mythic Plus. I only like big numbers. Every affix added a lot of time to every key. It was the easiest of the 4 in Shadowlands for sure by a mile. Except encrypted, that motherfucker sped up the key. Alright, just talking about BFA. I think I might have said Shadowlands by accident, but you like Prideful? Yeah, Prideful is probably my favorite affix ever, seasonal affix ever. It's definitely the best like mixture of theme, interest, difficulty, planning. Like it's what all Mythic Plus affixes should have been, minus the fact that it got so out of fucking control with difficulty like above 20. If it stopped scaling at 20 or was better balanced for the healing versus DPS component, then I would have been perfectly capable of saying that that was the best affix they ever made and not feel like I'm doing anything wrong by saying that. Denathrius was just such a fucking cool bad guy too, man. It was so cool. That season was the best season for a lot of reasons. Woe was really fun to play with. All those skips in Shadowlands dungeons. Yeah. That affix was really cool too. That was definitely one of the best ones they ever made. Yeah, Encrypted was a really good one. What was your least favorite expansion? Probably Wrath. I want to say Wrath, but I also want to say Cataclysm. The thing I dislike about Cataclysm wasn't really the expansion, it was the fact that the pre-patch removed all the classic content from the game. Which is, in my opinion, their worst decision they've ever made in 18 years of WoW. But the Cataclysm expansion itself is not terrible. It's like pretty solid. Wrath like didn't really do anything wrong. They just did terrible things throughout the expansion, like add fucking heirlooms, and it's actually really funny too that this like controversy about the WoW token is happening in Wrath, because to me like Wrath was where they made all the mistakes the first time around. Alex actually said that in his video. He's like, it's funny, I get to watch WoW die twice. It's like, yeah, he's right. I mean, they made dumbass fucking mistakes in Wrath in the first time around, and they did the exact same thing the second time around. Really strange. It's like all of a sudden Wrath makes everybody lose their mind. It's the most arrogant. Yeah, it's just the most like, it's just kind of clueless. Like it's self-centered and like you think you're able to make more iconic content than what's been in the game for years instead of just spruce it up. I don't. They could have easily just spruced the zones up and not remove anything, you know? That was like the only watchable NDI for me too, because the effects made it enjoyable to watch to see how the best players manipulated it. I agree, yeah. That was a really, I remember watching that and enjoying that too. They all buy gold anyways. Yeah, that's we talked about that before. I was thinking about making a video, but I was so hyped for Wrath, and when it came out, I didn't enjoy it at all. Wrath is just not a good expansion. It really isn't. It's where like all the worst habits from WoW start to develop. Bad tank, you know, tanks are at their absolute worst in Wrath. Dungeons are at their absolute worst in Wrath. 2 out of the 4 raids are 2 of the worst raids they've ever made in their entire fucking history. Gearing is at its worst ever. You know, it has the least interesting stats on it. They got rid of all the different spell powers and the healing power and all that. Healing is really probably at its worst ever as well. Literally spam one button, like chain heal 99% of the globals. We got DKs though, at least, yeah. Even that was a disappointment. I had never played Death Knight until Wrath Classic, and my god, is it bad compared to Live WoW? I thought it was going to be fun. I was like, oh, Blood DK is a DPS? Let's see what they have. And it's like, wait, this is the exact same shit I have on Live. It just does a little bit more damage. And it's worse. Like, Dancing Rune Up and lasts like no time, and Vamp Blood does nothing. All these people mad about the token are just ignoring the massive amount of art. Yeah, I think I'll make a video. I don't know, because I really have a lot of opinions on it. It just seems weird to make a video on Wrath when season 2 just started. But I think like there's a lot of lessons to be learned here by the general player base who are just randomly up in arms about something they don't fully understand. I like the part when Wrath Classic came out and then you couldn't play for weeks, so you transfer and then have to pay to get back to a popular server. That's another thing that they completely fucked up with Classic. I guess we're fighting it. The realm situation is really bad too. They should have never done realms the way they did. And I literally told them to, like, point blank. I was like, do not do this. And they're like, oh, there's only one option. It's like, oh, sure thing. You tell me that when the Star Race had fucking 30,000 people online every weekend. In terms of class gameplay, I don't think any classics can compare with modern day WoW at all. Well, class gameplay, no, obviously not. But my point was, tanking and healing were more fun in Classic and TBC than they were in Wrath. Hey, Omnichrome, what's up, buddy? Wrath is still WoW, and the forces on the game cause the same or similar decisions. I don't know what that means. How did that guy have threat? Wow, just open box and no upgrades with all 20s filled? Really? No upgrades? How's that possible? You have more than 3 447s already? Or did you get 3 of the same item slot or something? Guess if you get 3 rings, that would probably have been a tough one too. I got 3 next. Oh wow, that sucks. I wish they just give us tokens and let us buy gear. Well, I think the way they should do it is they should make every item random. It'll be like more like WoW's gearing is now than that suggestion, and it'll make it so there's not this like this dungeon has loot that I just don't want. Like I don't ever want this loot. You know what I mean? I don't want crit haste loot. Like it doesn't help me at all. So it'll make every dungeon more valuable for re-clearing. The vault's fine, like nothing wrong with the vault. It's just the way loot works. Right, that's the other thing you gotta be fair on, because the vault is objectively better than what we had in the past. So if they could improve to that degree, then they could continue to improve moving forward. Right, that's what I want. I want Diablo. Yeah, that's exactly what I would want, to be honest. I didn't realize it until I started playing Diablo 2. But loot in that game is absolutely perfect, if you ask me. There's almost nothing I would change about that game's loot, including the amount of different stats there are. The big difference in this game and that game is that this game gives you almost no loot per hour, and you would think that it would be offset by each piece being way more important, but it's not. It's not true. There's a lot of items that are really bad compared to some other items, especially trinkets. I'd agree if your idea was that Titan Forging was better than the Vault, but for the vast majority of players, the Vault is just better. Yeah, it definitely is. Pretty discouraging to even play this week. 0 upgrades. The chance of that happening is insanely low. I guess so. I mean, it is insanely low to get 3 next, one way or the other. I agree with that, but sounds like you're just not happy with the stat allocation, right? Like, that's not really that low. That's what we were just talking about. The problem here that maybe isn't immediately obvious is like they choose what stats go on these items, right? We have no way to influence that. So they could easily make a season where there are no mastery verse next. Like they can just do that. They have full control over that. You know what I mean? That's just not fair to the gearing system. Like I don't really get it. They don't seem to care about making it equal. Like there's not an equal amount of certain types of gear in the game, so you end up get stuck in one dungeon if you want the best piece. I think the concept of uniques is perfect for WoW too. Not actual not actual legendaries, but items that you know come from a certain source and are a certain power, and then everything that's basic, like fucking regular boots and shit, like those are just random. They don't need to be named mob boots. Like they're just fucking boots that you're gonna discard after the season's over. Oh shit. Too busy reading chat. At least I can use a trinket. I don't know how we didn't die there. How does the new fix work? If you CC it, can you have to be careful? No, you can't break it. Mobs can't be damaged. Corporal is kind of unfair to some classes and very punishing if you miss 1 or 2 casts. It is definitely the most punishing affix they've added, sure. There's nothing even remotely close. Like I said, I don't even think there's another affix in the game that's as punishing like ever at any point. I'm thinking Sanguine. That's really the only thing that's even close. Meaning like if you just ignore it, you just can't continue. If you ignore Sanguine, then you can't really continue, but you cannot debuff them now. They are immune to all sources of damage, so you put dots on them, it doesn't tick. I could time a key solo with 2 constant stacks of incorporeal. You think you could? Well, let's see it, bro. Let's see it. That'd be a hell of a video. Okay, but anyway, what debuff exists in the game that you would want to put on them that would benefit you in some way? Nothing. It has to tick. It has to be effective for it to work. What do you think of the changes they made to Vortex Pinnacle? and it does not work. Flame shock will not work. You cannot target them and do anything. They are immune. I already tried this with Blood Plague. What's the other desert instance with the crocodile boss? That was Tolvir. Something of Tolvir. I don't think that would be a good Mythic Plus, but just because that last boss is horrible. Temple of the Tolvir, maybe, yeah. Lost City of the Tolvir, that's it. Mind control it. You tell me you're the priest. Poland does intergender MMA fights? What in tarnation? What the? Why Poland? What? I'm not a fan of Lost City. I'm not a fan of being lost in a city, so I don't like that dungeon by default. Okay, we're gonna upgrade this key. This guy's gotta stop dying to trash. Polish ladies are nothing to scoff at. Yeah, I guess you're right. I wouldn't want to fight them, I suppose. Okay, we can skip these. Can't actually jump over that. I don't think even... We have to pull both packs here to have a chance at upgrading this, I think. I don't know, maybe not. They're dying really quick. We do pretty good damage in this group, I suppose. If the fight is super clean, then I think we have a chance. A link to the article says he battered her face into the canvas until the crowd screamed for it to be stopped. What the fuck? Is that like gimmick shit? Cause like there's fights like that in the United States, but they're not real. Like I saw this thing a long time ago about like a bunch of chicks fighting one guy or something like that. I don't know if it was real or what. Like I know it wasn't real, but I don't know if it's even like if it even happened, but. Yeah, you're honestly right. Good luck on this boss. I can't finish it on 18 even after the nerfs. Yep, I agree. This is definitely the worst fight in the game to pug right now. Even worse than Magma Tusk. Yeah, we're not gonna upgrade this anyway at this point, it seems. Too many trash deaths. At least Magma Tusk is early, exactly. Yeah, that's the other problem. Yeah, it could be a good comp for the fight, I suppose. That doesn't matter. Not gonna kill this fight in under 3 minutes. Oh shit. Oh god. Oh, that was almost really bad. I never used that there before. I didn't think I would go that close to the boss. Well, either way, we're gonna get a huge score from this key as long as we pull it and kill it in one pull. And if we don't, then it's gonna be the same as every other key. How are the keys today? Definitely better than yesterday, at least. They nerfed the health again, though. It's noticeable. That's a lot of damage there, but that was with Lust, I guess. This fight, if it spawns one of these ads during the hard part, we're gonna be just completely fucked. Yeah, still died to that. That was with the guy didn't use his fucking auxiliary either. People who don't respect that mechanic really make this impossible. Yeah, see, this is the worst possible time these could spawn. The guy still does that. That's that. I don't know when you use your CDs, but that was the wrong time for it. I really hate this dungeon. I knew I was gonna hate it, but not for the reasons I expected to. What? What the fuck? Did you see what happened? Ads? So 2 people got one shot, dude. The fuck are you talking about ads for? Man, Resto Druid just never disappoints. It's the same thing every single player. It's so weird. It's like 10% of that fucking population is worth playing with. It's so weird. It's just like, what is he on about, dude? It's not really puggable? Oh, it's definitely puggable. How is the 40p? 40p. It was as expected. Complete waste of time. Resto Druids, in my experience at the moment, are water logs. Yeah, they're just useless. They bring no actual utility to the group anymore. Refuse to take it. They have it, they just don't fucking take it. And then they do very bad DPS compared to other healers. I think Holy Pally is worse, but not by much. Their healing is terrible for blood DK. And they always seem to have this weird, like, I didn't make any mistake attitude every single time something goes wrong. They could influence. Like, at worst, that guy should be hard on himself. It's like, bro, you let 2 people die. Like, I get it. It's insanely difficult. And honestly, it's not really his fault. But he's like, ads? It's like, no. 2 people died, dude. You're the healer. That's your job. What are you saying ads for? Oh, man. Resto Druids are easy spec wannabe tryhards. Yeah, it seems that way. Resto can have a really good pug build with all the kinds of utility. Evoker has a ton of healer utility for knockups and knockbacks. Yeah, Evoker's just way better in all ways, it seems. Kind of funny they were dead. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The guy died to healing, bro. Like, that's, you know what I mean? Like, what? The ads are not dying because there's a player dead. That's why they're not dying. I'm Resto Druid man issues too. I knew there was another thing, yeah. Alright, let's try to get one more in here today. Yeah, I really need to do Vortex, man. That ain't gonna be it. If the ads in Corporal Cast went off, he has a legit excuse. Nah, this happened way before all that. How are keys this season compared to last season? More fun, but less successful, I guess. It's only Brackenhide too, but 21 doesn't seem like the right choice. Underrod 21 maybe is the right choice. Not really with that guy though. That dude is a creep, man. He would randomly join Discord with the boys and say nothing. Oh, you know him? That's funny. Wait, what is this? Looking for group? What's he trying to... What? Is Notheris easier than Vortex? I don't even know at this point. Probably, but the likely... we're going to get more score from a completed Vortex than another failed Notherius, obviously. Take a look what actually happened there, because maybe I'm wrong about what actually occurred. But I'm pretty sure the guy just straight up died to the chain lightning. Yep. That guy just dies to chain lightning. He has Exhilarate up and he doesn't use it. But the second guy was ultimately the bankrupt. Let's see. Here it comes. Yep. Yeah, he just dies to it as well. Both ads are CC'd. Well, they haven't killed us yet. Now, that guy doesn't have any CDs up, and that's a major issue on his part. I don't know when he used them. Let's see when he uses them. Oh, God. He used Dispersion on this trash. And it still isn't up by the time he needs it. And then he uses... Oh, God. Yeah, he uses his other defensive on the first Chain Lightning when there's no damage taken whatsoever. So there you go. So that's how hard this fight is, dude. It's like a Mythic Raid fight. You have to plan your defensives perfectly to kill this fight. That guy frivolously using his defensives is the reason we disbanded that key effectively. I hate people leaving at the end boss. Well, yeah, I mean, especially people like that who don't even know what the problem is. Sending Vortex again, it's the key I need the most, so yeah, pretty much. There's really only one easy key out there at this point. I don't even know if it is easy. Like, Brackenhide is not looking easy at all this week. Oh, I still don't have Underrot too. Yeah, I need to get that one done tomorrow. It's just unfortunate that it's the last fight in the dungeon. I don't think the boss is terrible, but having to waste the entire run sucks. That's why this key sucks, yep. 30-some minutes and you don't finish the dungeon every time, pretty much. But, these guys have their utility, or what? Let's see. He's got his... I love this inspect thing, by the way. Where even is trap? Is it just baseline? I think it's just baseline, right? You can't really play these two specs without their CCs, I don't think. Hex is pretty early too, isn't it? That's actually not that early, but everybody's got it, yep. Just only 3 of them though. Poly is baseline, yeah. Is Hunter Trap baseline? I don't actually know. These demo changes are bonkers. Who the fuck let this pass? And no Destro buffs. Why? What happened? Good or bad? Reddit says they turned Demo into a Shadow Bolt turret. Oh, yeah. They took every quality of life that Dragonflight gave the Demo tray away. Wow, that's weird. I didn't even notice last dungeon. Do the little orbs spawn Spitefuls? Because if so, we should probably just skip the orbs this week.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
They're padding at us so we can go get them. A lot of times they're just padding away from us. It's really hard to get them. Use all my charges already. Oh, that guy's enhanced too, okay. Is enhanced or Ellie a better damage dealer for bosses? I've seen really good Ellie, but it's always usually on trash. Enhances weak single target in Mythic Plus. Oh, really? Oh, well. So you got BM Hunter, they're really good too, right? Last week the wind bolts wrecked me. I know it was sport and I was using CDs, mainly AMS as its magic. There's a good amount of magic damage in this pack, yeah. This is definitely the dungeon with the most consistently difficult trash start to finish. I think the big problem here is you constantly have to run away. It's like kind of crucial to use Death's Advance, but even if you do, you take a ton of damage, so kind of damned if you do, as they say. Missing a lot of death strikes if you're constantly running away. How have the keys been today? We had some very good and some very bad. That group in that Ultimate is probably the best like numerical group I've played with all season. Andrew, what's up, buddy? Welcome.
Beware.
I don't think you can even get mana here, can you? Because this thing keeps you in combat, I'm pretty sure. Have you done the campaign yet? No. I don't know when I'm going to find time for that, honestly. It's really good. Oh, I'm sure it is. Does it give another rep token? Because I have one of these rep tokens. I might just cash that in this week because I don't really feel like doing the world content this week. And then... Wait. I don't even know. It does? I don't know. My wife is back to playing WoW, wants to do keys with me. I sent her to the video why it's rude to be bad at World of Warcraft. What the hell? What is that video? Do you see it or? I guess not. Yeah, we can actually AMS that. It's kind of cool. There's travel time on it. You haven't seen the video? It basically says it's rude to show up to a dungeon knowing nothing. Oh, I see. That's not the way the title reads. Maybe assist her understanding core fundamentals of what makes a player good. That would probably be the better option, yeah. Are we just not ceasing? That's a fun venture with your significant fire on my target. That video is why it's rude. It's super good. It's more about the stuff you enjoy, about how people see the game. Oh, cool. I was gonna say, it's definitely not rude to be bad at WoW. I don't understand the title of that video. Made the video? Wait, is it fucking Bellular? Sounds like a video he would make just based on the retarded title. I did raid on Resto Shaman and lost 3 pieces of tier to the lowest healer in my raid. Oh yeah, that's just random, right? Sorry to hear that. Sounds like he needs the loot more than you do, though. Definitely not Bellular good. He's not saying it's rude, but how people react to dumb shit in the game. I feel you. I had to jump off stream for a while to go to a meeting. You guys are in VP. This is a new one, yeah. what is this guy? I don't understand. Trap was not used on that pull, right? I don't understand, like, what are you talking about? You didn't use the spell. Or you used it and you didn't hit anything with it. The mobs were, like, he even stunned them. Like, he knows he didn't use it. I don't really understand how you could even say that. I watched him use the stun, the punter stun. Why would he need to stun them if they were trapped? Okay, he's got that one CC'd at least.
Beware.
It's the first time hunters have responsibility and they don't like it. Yeah, to be honest. We're punters. I got global on Fort Bolster and the hunter type question mark. Yeah, that happened to me before on Freehold. I died and the warrior just typed like 12 question marks. Like, what's your question? What do you think? Like, I'm immortal? I don't know. Like, what do you... Have you ever tried the add-on to play WoW with a controller? You don't. I don't think you need an add-on anymore, do you? I think that's like a baseline feature. I tested it out in the Dragonflight Alpha or whatever it was. I don't really like it because it changes all your keybinds and it's a mess to rebind them all. But a lot of people think Blood DK is immortal. Well, I mean, it's kind of immortal, but it's gonna die occasionally, right? It's still a tank. Tank has so much responsibility on Fort and Bolster. I don't want to hear from anyone. Yeah, that's exactly how I feel. Maybe not the best attitude, but yeah, it's just too much as it is. I don't need anybody else's opinion on it. VP feels comparatively tight in the timer, does it? The timer I would not say is tight in this dungeon. It's simply just very difficult to kill everything in one pull. This is annoying. Super far away from each other. The question mark when you die, especially as a tank, it's like, what's your question? Like, what is the question that you're asking me? I died, dude. Sometimes that happens as a tank. You did 40k on the last pack. You don't see me typing question marks. Well, then the deaths are different too. Maybe you should. Yeah, every time somebody underperforms, just type a bunch of question marks. I'm gonna start replying with the question marks with exclamation points. What if you die on purpose and then you type the question mark? That would really confuse people. Yeah, that's as soon as it happened, Copdoa posted like 40 question marks in the chat. That emote, that's funny. What the fuck, healer? Yeah, that's perfect. Alright, let's see how this boss moves. This is pretty much the key right here because we wouldn't have upgraded anyway in the last key. If we kill this boss without any major casualties, then I have a chance. You have to get through this to get through the last, unfortunately. DPS needs to grow a brain. I don't think you can grow those. 2 failed keys on this boss today. Good luck. This one's pretty easy to solo, so as long as we get a good start, it's usually fine to finish, but it usually ends up killing the timer pretty bad. So we'd prefer not to do it. I'm growing a few, they're just slow. Oh, really? Less incorporeal spawns. Oof. Huh. DPS just pew pew, making them do more than just that is a difficulty in itself. I think like most people are just so consumed with their it's a common like joke to say that, right? But I think like at the end of the day, like most people are just so consumed with their fucking rotation that they have no idea what else is going on in the key. So when somebody else does something that isn't immediately obvious, they just get tilted and that's it. Are we resing? It's too late. My brain has grown so huge that I can be stupid faster than most. Oh yeah. The ghost is recasting? Is that what happened there? I didn't even notice. My eyes only leave my weak or HUD to look at my details menu. I have... Oh yeah, what are we doing? I have seen my rogue's feet. I haven't seen my rogue's feet in years. You can grow a brain just like sea monkeys, and in most cases, sea monkeys are smarter than resto druids. Damn. I live this boss as unholy DK. Perma, I love this boss, I guess. Perma 30% haste. Yeah, it's good. Ask the hunter if his trap missed. Did it? I don't even know what happened there. To be fair, if you're in a 20 doing 50k overall, but stopping everything as a DPS, you're still not doing your job. Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder what like the lowest DPS a single DPS can do and still upgrade keys reliably. I think it's lower than you think, but yeah, 50k, that might be the number. Because that would be like lower than like that. I'm like approaching that number as a tank. I guess the breath doesn't face the tank very often anyway. Trying to beat the breath, but that doesn't really work that way. This guy's just sitting downwind the whole time. I don't get it. This fight ended up working out better for Mythic Plus than I thought it was going to, honestly. The fights are actually like fine in here, they're just hard.
Beware.
This season is more fun than the last one. Yeah, I'm having a lot more fun, at least right now. We'll see by the end. I'm sure there'll be the new problems arising, but I got a weak core that yells at me when an incorporeal spawns. Yeah, a lot of times they're behind you. They should probably move them like 1 yard closer, or whatever the average radius is, because sometimes they spawn too far away, I feel like. But other than that, no problem. This healer is struggling. This has got to be one of the worst fights in the game for discipline, right? Tons of movement. Constant damage taken. I wouldn't even really say they're having a hard time. I mean, it's just a hard fight. But they're constantly standing in the wrong spot. That's the big issue. I don't think this guy's been upwind more than like 50% of the fight. Go check on this fight is insane. It's a hard fight to heal, no doubt. Dix Priest is not good against rot damage. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I sense a disband coming, do you? This guy already had a fucking fit when I told him to use a trap. As long as the healer's alive, we can solo it easily. Just gonna take a while. Can't even keep 2 people up, what the fuck? It's not that hard. Does detail show debuff uptime? Probably, but I'm not really sure where you would look. If your AMS shield color red now and not green? Oh yeah, that's just a... Oh god, there's 2 of them. Alright, well we're dead. You're up 1, I guess? I don't think it's possible to not die here. Oh, Shadow Mel, but went on the pet. Purgatory, I guess. Oh no, we still have the debuff. Can't even keep himself up. Yeah, no doubt. AMS color, that's a weak ore. Or that's a glyph, I mean. Healer can't keep up. Wait, I thought they were on the same... At least he's trapping, bro. That's what I should say. Should I say that? Oh, I don't want to piss it off anymore. Let's see what he says. There's no way we could do last boss if we can't do this one. And he goes, yeah, and he left. That makes it even harder. Oh, he didn't say anything. Okay, fair enough. I would help if these people face the right way when they get knocked up. Well, that's what I'm saying. This fight is hard to do if you're not going to take that mechanic serious. I don't think that this knew what he was doing. No, he was constantly downwind when the hard parts were happening. Yeah. Don't tell me to do anything, but I will tell others they can't keep up. Yeah, right? Like, how weird is that? I know you don't like rested druids, but priests, man. Actually, priests are probably worse than druids, but it's just, I have a fucking bit of a sore spot for druids because they don't actually do anything to help me. Priests are at least good healers for Death Knights. They just suck for everything else. Alright, I want to see that boss because I'm 99% sure that dude did not trap once in that fight. Or maybe early on in the fight he did it, but I don't really care about those because they never were an issue. And then that's going to be it for today. I'll be back tomorrow. Yeah, see, this is the one. This is when I first noticed it. Yeah, look, he fucking stuns it, dude. Like, what do you think is happening here? There's only 1 up, and he just stuns it. What? Yeah, you trapped, 100%. What, did he miss? I wish I panned out better. Priest is in angel form, and then he's dead. Oh, that guy was Dix Priest, too. You can see his total crowd control cast during details. I don't really care about total. I want to see this one fight. Because the guy, like, had a fucking fit when I just brought it up. I don't, like, yeah, he does not trap this mob. I never saw him cast anything that even looked like a trap. Does he use it on one of the ads or something? Like one of the other ads, maybe? This is him up here. Oh, he does throw it. But he just misses. I think he just misses. Yeah, he just misses. Look at it. He does throw it. Here it is here. 3, 2, 1. Yep, see, he throws it. But that mob is not CC'd. Back here casting. So he just whiffs. And then freaks out when I tell him to CC. It's like, well, bro, you missed. What do you mean? What do you mean? Somebody's got to do it. Nah, grip does not work. Let's see this one. That guy just AoE stuns, which does not work. He doesn't trap these either. This one's just fucking... This is the one I type about. Because it's literally right next to the boss. I don't know how you don't CC these. That was a tar trap? No. Dude, is that why? Because I swear he did not tar trap, or he did not freezing trap once until I brought it up. Then all of a sudden he was getting everyone. Is that what happened, dude? Was he throwing tar trap at everyone? Oh, that would be fucking hilarious. I just want to see him throw another trap. Just to see if he whiffs again. Because if he does, then you're right. Let's see the beginning of the fight. So obviously multiple go out, I'm sure. Ah, no, that one he had freezing trap. He did get the first one on the fight, looks like. Yep, that one's freezing trapped. So maybe it was. Let's see what the actual freezing trap looks like. I had a hunter on an 8, be more on top of CCing the affixed mob. Take care, Metro. Alright, James, we'll see you tomorrow, buddy. Oh, he's already... It's like literally the fight starts and he has it trapped. I just want to see him do it. No, that's the same trap, so yeah, it's probably not a tar trap. I think he just misses. But anyway, that's funny. Anyway, thanks for watching. We'll be back tomorrow, guys. Make sure you stay healthy or something. I don't know. We'll see you guys tomorrow. And yeah, tomorrow and Friday for sure. Might try to get some golf in. We'll see what the weather's like tomorrow. But I do want to get under rot 100%. And then we're just kind of chilling, man. Waiting for this couple of these keys to show up. So thanks for watching. We'll see you guys in the next one.